You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Monday, April 3rd, 2023 at around 11 p.m. And I thought we would just play a game tonight on short notice. I want to test out some new OBS plugins I've been working on. Mainly just want to test, make sure I haven't broken anything. And get a chance to make sure everything's working okay. Let's check in with the chat. Looks like we've got a bunch of people in the channel. I thought I might be playing this alone tonight, but it seems not. Okay, so I don't really have much to talk about in terms of bookkeeping, but we will be playing on Wednesday something. I'm not sure what. We'll talk about that on the Board Game Geek Guild queue, but I thought today we would play one of the Deadbolt boxes, Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes that I've been stacking up. However, we might as well catch up a little bit. Yesterday we played our last turn of the blinded, our most recent turn of the Case of the Blinded Birder, the play-by-mail game, and it seems like in the chat there's a bunch of people playing it as well. And I mentioned during yesterday's stream a TV show I've been rewatching that I highly recommend called The Fall. It's a British crime police procedural. There's 3 seasons. The first 2 seasons are really good. Third season, a little iffy. But very dark, but very subtle. And I mentioned that it was written, directed, and I don't know why there's a third one. Written and directed, and what else is there? Like screenplayed by? I'm sure there's three headings for him, but it's Alan Cubitt, I believe is his name. And Gillian Anderson from the X-Files is in it, but she's really quite good in this. And produced, I don't know, but someone can tell me now. Or actually, you know, we really need to get into a better habit of being able to do quick live searches here. Let's see if we can do it quickly. Okay, so we're going to switch into the portrait view, and is that his name? Okay, there it is, The Fall. Gillian Anderson. It doesn't say who did it all. Here we go. 2013 to 2016. Don't want any spoilers. And we don't want this music. Good, the music's not playing, because the music is how YouTube freaks out. Now, where is the director information? I guess some of you don't want to see this because spoilers. All right, so this is sort of a fail. I got it up, but... Boy, there it is. Alan Cubitt, creator. Maybe that's it. Maybe when it comes up, it says created, directed, and written by. Okay, that makes sense. Boy, do I recommend it, though. Something about it feels very raw, like very truthful, the way you wouldn't get... Like, the person who wrote this knows a lot about serial killers. Okay. What else do we have to talk about? So I did pick up a couple of these two are new, ordered off Amazon just because I stumbled on them. We've played one Cryptic Killer game, which was quite good. This one came out of nowhere. I don't believe this had been scheduled or on the website at the time. But we have one more that I haven't played. But what really caught my eye about this one is the difficulty rating. 4.5 out of 5. This is maybe the most difficult case they make, with lots of evidence. So I'm very curious about that. I think probably if we're smart, we'll play the last 2 Cryptic Killers soon. And then this is some new company. I haven't heard about this one before. Requires internet access. No idea what it will be like. And the other game I brought out is, this is not new. This is one that Jonathan Warner has been wanting to play because someone in the channel played it and said they returned it. That's how much they didn't like it, or it was broken or bad. So I know Jonathan wants to play that. We could, in fact, play this tonight if we really wanted to, though I think we should probably play a Deadbolt Mystery Society game. Now, why is that? Because I've been buying too many of them. And in fact, if we're going to choose one as a group, here are the ones I have stacked up. So you can see I sort of went overboard. I do have the thing that many board gamers have, sort of completionist. Once you start buying something in the set or the expansions, you feel the need to buy them all. Although I have followed through with what I recommended in my review, which is to buy them on sale. So I buy them when they come on sale under $20, $15 each. Still, that's a lot of them. So there's those, and then there are a couple that I have down here that we could choose from. So we could choose from any of those to play. Okay, Brian wants me to say hello to him in the chat. There is a way to get my attention in the chat, one of the OBS plugins I've written. So as far as choosing from one of those sets, I also have this printout of the boxes here. And I've written on the side the review scores from the Escape Room Gamers, I think. So they're rated by difficulty, and then the rating by this other website, which has only rated them up until 2021, and then they didn't. All right, so I have most of the boxes now. There's maybe another dozen that I don't have, but I have most of them. So, okay, so I can see the red light is on. I'll just reset it and switch back. That's the little phrase that has me check the thing. I've been improving my little buttons here, wrote a couple more plugins that we'll get a chance to see in a little bit. And our top-down camera should be higher resolution now, our second top-down camera. So hopefully everything will go smoothly. If you notice any stuttering on the stream, let me know. Okay. Is anyone else up to anything interesting? Brian from Game Brigade has joined us. Brian has been doing a lot of collaborations recently on his channel. Brian has a very nice channel. Actually, Brian has a nice way of talking. I've mentioned the channel on a previous live Q&A, but Brian has a good personality for YouTube. It doesn't feel fake. It feels genuine, and it's nice to watch. And recently, Brian has been upping his YouTube game by doing the collabs, is what YouTube calls it. And it's what the pros do. They get together with each other, and it's a good way of increasing their audiences as they introduce each other. You know, you go on one channel, and then all of their viewers learn about you, and then they come on your channel, and vice versa. Let's see. Matt says I had my first day of the new job. Okay, well, while you guys are talking, let's figure out what box we want to play. So there are most of the ones to choose from. If you want to choose just by title, we could also go to the list here and decide if we wanted to play an easy game or a hard game. A game rated highly by this Escape Room Gamers. I think that's the name of the website that I really like. Or play one of the ones that hasn't been rated. We could play the earliest game I have from 2018, or the very latest game I have from 2023. Or we could play based on theme. What does the channel feel like? I guess the channel is having its own little conversation about Queen's Park Affair. I mean, I could choose. I don't have a strong preference. Let me see. Thematically, I think maybe since I've been watching The Fall, which is a serial killer, I think maybe not one of the ones that are supernatural. KNN says Duel. Duel is the one down the rabbit hole is Easter Bunny. That's pretty clever. That's the second time. Dan C says, I like Prison Break. Oh, yes, thank you. That's what I wanted to do. I want to use my voting system. Good excuse. Okay, so type vote and then the box you want to play. Let's see if that works. I think you have to start the sentence by saying vote or I vote for, something like that. Vote circle. Okay, so here we go. And I guess you probably need to see the list. Okay, let's see. In fact, yeah, some of them are hidden there. You can't see. In fact, this gives me a chance to try something. Let me see if I can toggle that. Okay, yeah. So this is my little voting plugin, part of my chat system that lets me show comments. So on the list that's in the part that says waiting, it knows who's spoken recently in the channel. That's how it's getting that list. And of course, it's not doing any checking of options. That's so that I don't have to type anything out. You can change your vote at any time just by typing vote whatever again. I don't know why it's put... Oh, I see why it's put the waiting list. Okay. Well, let's look up the top. The top contenders seem to be 4 votes for Rabbit Hole. I guess we're going to play Rabbit Hole. 4 votes for Rabbit Hole. All right, let's see. When was Rabbit Hole? Let's read about it and make sure there's no reason we shouldn't play it. Vote system seems to be proving its worth. Rabbit Hole for Easter, it does seem appropriate. Okay, so Rabbit Hole, let's take a look at what we've got here. Okay. Down the Rabbit Hole, March 2022. Difficulty rating of 7, that's pretty high, so it's going to be a difficult game. When a string of deaths strikes the Abernathy retirement community, your grandfather, Edgar Murkowski, contacts you to help him investigate. So it's a murder at a retirement home. Okay, Jonathan Jang says, I've done Duel and have Watcher, so Rabbit Hole seemed like the choice for me. That's an easy decision for most of these games. If someone is joining and has already played it, then we can just take it right off the list. So that would get rid of Watcher. All right, so we're going to play Down the Rabbit Hole. Let me take off the chat. Take off the vote. The vote is now complete. And let me just turn back on the flip screening stuff. Okay, so if I can do everything properly, get rid of that. Okay, so we're going to play Down the Rabbit Hole. I need to now get it down from the shelf. It's up there with not a ladder, but almost a ladder. Okay, so let's just put this up and I'll just switch to it and get it. Let's see. There's our down the rabbit hole. Okay. So for those considering whether they want to join us for it, here it is. I'm going to take myself off picture in picture and go get it. All right, down the rabbit hole. All right, I guess we're gonna start. I saw a little flash on the screen there. So I bought a bunch of these off eBay from a seller who's selling them all new though, but because of, I'm often willing to buy these kinds of games used, but I think since these are cheap enough new, even when I buy off eBay, I only buy the ones that are new. And also because I bought the first Deadbolt game we played, The Cabin, used, and it was fine. It was complete, but it was an older version. So I'm a little reluctant to buy any of these used now. All right, so actually, before we start, I guess maybe we should take a quick little introductory break. You can see there are a couple of new board games behind me. Just to give people a chance to leave who don't want to play the game with us. Thank you for joining. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and we'll start playing. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. Let's get started and open up the box down the rabbit hole. All right, so a little promotional sticker. We don't care about that. Abernathy Retirement Community. Okay, so this is the little collector's card. They've been pretty clever about that because some people like these. In fact, I've seen on eBay some of the people selling the boxes say it's unplayed, it doesn't come with this. Like someone's buying the boxes just to get these cards. One of the games we played, the card actually had a useful information, but I think it may give away a little bit about the game, so I think it's probably best not to look at it unless we have to. Here's the standard instructions for Deadbolt Mystery Society. Just to remind you how the game works, basically it says multiple pieces can connect. They're not all standalone puzzles. Make sure you solve them all before you try to end the game. In general, so I've talked about the Deadbolt Mystery Society is very close to my heart in terms of the basic philosophy. So it doesn't expect you to go search things, websites for external information. If there is a reference to some social media webpage, normally it just tells you, you know, here's clearly a website that you'll have to go to, but you don't have to just, it's not so open-ended. Lots of use of QR codes, we know that before, and PDF files, which we don't love, but we're getting used to it. All right, so let's just walk through the contents of the box and take a look. Here's our beginning brief. Okay, here we go. Growing up, your grandfather, Edgar Murkowski, always told wild tales of his private investigator days in New York. You've heard all the stories about the times he stopped a mob boss, solved various murders, and broke up theft rings. The majority of the family ignores him because most of what he claims happened in his career cannot be substantiated. The only thing you're certain of is the fact that he was an actual PI at one point. Your dad says he mostly followed divorcees and insurance scammers, which seems a lot less exciting than the stories you heard as a kid. You grew up to be a detective in your own right, but it's taught you that reality was probably much less exciting than Edgar made it out to be. Part of you wants to believe everything he told you, but your own experiences tell you that his stories were likely embellishments. You are more than a little surprised when Edgar calls you, pleading with you to help him look into some recent deaths at the Abernathy Retirement Community where he lives. Unsure of what to expect, you reluctantly decide to humor him and check things out. When you arrive at the nursing home, Edgar explains that 3 of his hall neighbors have died. 1 on Saturday night and 2 more last night. But Edgar thinks that there is more going on here than meets the eye. Normally you'd blow this off as another example of Grandpa Murkowski's tall tales, but he seems especially frantic about this and pleads with you to help. You decide to look into the matter. As a professional detective, you don't want to cause an unnecessary stir in the senior community, so you decide to tread lightly and make this more of a favor than an official investigation. Edgar found several pieces of evidence. Most of what he gave you looks like random junk, but you guess a closer look won't hurt. He also has some of his own notes that might be worth looking at. With the visitor pass you obtained, most of the east wing of the facility can be accessed, aside from the morgue. Perhaps if Edgar can see his deceased neighbors, it will give him some closure. Unfortunately, the person in charge of the morgue, Rebecca Tilsdale, says you can't get in unless you can prove you're a relative or friend of the deceased. If you find out more about the missing patients, you might be able to convince her you were a friend. Your first objective should be to investigate these clues and notes Edgar gave you and see if any suspects can be pulled from them. You should also interview Edgar's other hall neighbors and see if they've heard or seen anything out of the ordinary. Though you're concerned you won't be able to tell what's out of the ordinary for this place. All right, as a reminder, when we finish playing, we'll give our thoughts. So you might want to take a little pen and paper to write down thoughts. Okay, so here we have, I need to get this little cursor off the screen, sorry. Let me just bring this out of the way. Okay, you couldn't see that, but I got it. I had something on my screen. Okay, Edgar's notes. Everyone thinks I'm a little nutty, but I know when my instinct and intuition are telling me something is off. Saturday night, Heidi dies. Last night, Roger and Joffrey? That's what the reports say, but I don't buy it. Something strange is going on, and it's up to me and the kid to get to the bottom of it. Last time I saw Roger and Joffrey was last night, March 6th, around 10 p.m. At that time, they were sneaking down the hall, but I couldn't tell where they were headed, and I was in a hurry to get to the bathroom. Last time I saw Heidi was 10:30 p.m. Saturday night, March 5th. I was passing by her room as she was opening up her birthday card. I did notice the other residents here would have secret meetings with the fill-in mortician activities coordinator, Rebecca. A book club, I think. She read to them from Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. I wasn't ever invited because I haven't been here long and most of them don't know me too well. I managed to get my hands on some of my fellow residents' things. They won't miss them. Besides, if they help solve this case, they'll probably thank me for borrowing their trinkets. Here's some things I took. A model ship from Jeffrey's room. A copy of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. This is the library book that Rebecca was reading to everyone a little while ago. I found it in Joffrey's room for some reason. A pill case I swiped from Ruth's medicine cabinet. A photo of Cynthia's grandkids. Lately, I've noticed that Cynthia tends to confuse some of the staff members here with her grandkids, and especially the ones that look similar to them. This may help us connect the dots on who some of the people around here are. I'll return the photo to her once this case is solved. A map Roger drew of the east wing of the Abernathy. A prescription receipt from Roger's room. A birthday card I managed to swipe from Heidi's room before they locked it up. A list of the East Wing employees. An article clipping with a cat food ad on the back, which I took from Stan's room. Detective Murkowski's on the case. Okay, so Roger and Joffrey died last night. Heidi died Saturday night. Let's start keeping our notes here. Okay. So Roger and Joffrey died Sunday. Today is Monday. And then Heidi dies on Saturday. Let's see, I'm not sure it's actually the next day. Maybe this told us. One on Saturday night, two more last night. So I guess we're not sure if this is Sunday. This is last night, two more died. I just took it to be 3 days in a row, 2 days in a row. Okay. Fine. Those are our dead notes. Okay. Here's the evidence we got. Library book. Are they all at this book club? Book club run by Rebecca. Okay. The 5th and the 6th, Dan says, were the days. So it was 2 days. 2 days, one after the other. So this is the 6th. So this would be Sunday, the 6th. Okay. Sorry. Sunday. Heidi dies on Saturday. The other two die the next day, Sunday the 6th. Okay, fine. All right. Here's our prescription found in Roger's room. Abernathy Retirement Community. I got your request for new pain medicine. Following your instructions, I put the new pills under the place you lay your head. Pillow, I guess. Let me know if they help or if we need to adjust the prescription. Glenn Powers. Okay. Where is the place you lay your head? No caps, no spaces. Okay, so this is a puzzle to solve. Where is the place you lay your head? You would think it's pillow. That's not going to make for a level 7 difficulty game, though. So, gotta be something more to that. Let's push that aside. Okay. Abernathy Retirement Community. Okay, little brochure. An official looking brochure. Okay. Phone number, which has got some ink on it. That's probably just a little mechanic so we don't try to call it. Wonder if this is our Rebecca. That would make you want to retire here. That's like the right proper people to put on the brochure. Okay, about us. Abernathy Retirement Community has been Valley Falls' premier retirement community for close to 2 decades. Originally built by Charles Abernathy, the facility came under the keen leadership of Rose Nelson 2 years ago. Since then, Abernathy Retirement Community has linked itself to numerous charities and philanthropic outlets, building onto the great community that Valley Falls has always been known for. Okay, so it's some just generic clip art photo. Stock photo. She probably doesn't work there, this woman. All right, who do we else we have here? Quality Care. Abernathy Retirement Community staff are here to help your loved one live out their retirement years with grace, dignity, and a little bit of fun. Your loved one is in good hands in our facility where we focus on rehabilitation, recreation, instruction, and specialized nursing. A good portion of Abernathy's expenses are covered by generous donations and charity events. The biggest charity fundraiser was the Wonderland charity, run by Rose Nelson back in 2019, which brought in $39,000. Again, these are probably stock, like even in this world. I'm not saying this is a stock photo for this game. It very well might be. But even inside the world, you know these people don't really work there. They do not look like this. These are all like models. So the brochure, I wonder if the brochure for these retirement homes use real people. And here's Rose Nelson. Administrative head of Abernathy Retirement Community, Rose Nelson has overseen the retirement community for the last 2 years. Rose has sought to bring a level of quality and esteem to Valley Falls. Rose has a doctorate in business administration and a master's in finance from Valley Falls University. She has received multiple awards for her philanthropic endeavors. Notice she's got no background in healthcare. Rose is just a business person. Well, it makes her a little suspicious. Come see why we're the best. 2 friends gathering. She's having a great time. They're having a great time. Okay, nothing jumps out at me here. Just a little background information. And we read this already and we saw this. Okay. Address, hours of operation. Okay, nothing useful about that, really. All right. We might need to keep Edgar's notes nearby so we know what he's given us. Let's see. Photo of Cynthia's grandkids. I think that's probably what we're looking at here. So it's a selfie. There's his hand holding the camera. 4 people. Grandchildren, 2021. Abe, far left, Sally, Vanessa, and Silvio. Abe, Sally, Vanessa, and Silvio. Abe, Sally, Vanessa, and Silvio. Okay. So these are Cynthia's kids. Okay. This is going to be the East Wing employees that our grandfather Murkowski got us a copy of. All right, let's just take a look here. We don't know any reason to care about any of these, but there's Rose. 5'11", Rose is. The rest of these people we have not gotten any mention of, although Glenn Powers, the person who prescribed the medicine, is he here on the East Wing? Doesn't look like it. It's got their ethnicity, their height. I guess this is maybe like, okay, this is how you recognize them. Especially if there's lots of turnover. Nothing on the back. All right. Oh, Rebecca, someone points out. We do have one more other person we knew about. Rebecca Tisdale, the activity director. Okay, so now we know her physical description. Black hair, green eyes, 5'9". I wonder if this is Rebecca. Let's hope. All right, I'm going too far with that. Okay, let's see. What have we got here? Says, my medicine seems off this week. I don't see what is so hard about getting it right. It should be as simple as the alphabet, but no one around here can do things correctly. Can you believe that? I feel like I just need to bump everything back. Sunday and Monday are off by 1. Tuesday is just fine, thank goodness. Wednesday is off by 15. Thursday is off by 2. Friday is off by 1. And Saturday is off by 14. Okay, sounds like a little algebra puzzle, but I'm not sure. We're going to need more information, another piece of evidence to work with that. Okay, looks like here is going to be our suspects, possibly. I'm guessing, but okay, so one of them has a QR, two of them have QR codes. All right, maybe these aren't suspects, these are just people of interest, because there's our grandfather, Edgar Murkowski. Okay. Though you've listened to dozens of Grandpa Edgar's stories regarding his past detective work, you can't remember ever actually seeing him in detective mode. He seems focused, stoic almost. He turns to you, a somewhat serious look on his face. I want to know that you're taking this case seriously, so I'm holding you to one of the pieces of holding on to one of the pieces of evidence I found until you can give me a suspect list. Look into the staff members here at Abernathy and find out if any of them are up to any suspicious activities. Do they have a criminal past? Do they steal? Are they violent? Do they do things that scare people? I think 5 suspects would prove that you're venturing into true detective work and not just treating this like a game. Give the numbers for the staff members you find suspicious in the order they appear on the employee list. No caps, no spaces. Okay, so he wants to make sure we're serious, that we know what we're doing. So before he gives us this last piece of evidence he's holding out, we have to find 5 suspects on this list and put their numbers in order to get him to unlock and give us the last piece of evidence. Okay, so there's a puzzle from that. Let's see who else we can find. Okay, so there is Rebecca Tisdale. She looks a little suspicious for a case at a retirement home. Got a little bit of a goth look going on here. Okay, what about these other people? Let's just read them as we encounter them. So Cynthia he's mentioned Cynthia's grandkids. I see. Cynthia's grandkids just because he says the photo of her grandkids might help us connect the dots on who are the people around here. Okay, so she's not a murder victim. She's just a person that he stole a photo from. All right, let's see what she says. Maybe she can tell us about her grandchildren. Huh? Who are you? Oh, Edgar's grandkid? Oh, sorry, my head hurts and I can't seem to put the right people with the right memories. My grandchildren, I love them, but they're all getting on my nerves a bit lately. Abe always has a little radio that he plays really loud, and country music no less. What did I do to deserve that? Sally likes to wear gaudy clothes. What happened to the fashion of the 50s? I remember when women had class. Silvio, he's a thief. I hate to say it. I see him take people's stuff all the time. Who are you again? Oh yeah, Edgar's grandkid. Okay, well, Vanessa's always singing in the halls. Her voice sounds like my cat right after I had her fixed. Where are you from, you again? Where are you from? Oh, that's right, Edgar's grandkid. Okay, so Cynthia told us a little bit about each of her grandkids. Right? She says, Silvio's a thief. He's this guy here. And so on. Okay, so some puzzle is going to require us to know that information. Let's just connect Cynthia with her grandkids here and put this aside. Okay, Jessie Domino Lee, she hasn't been mentioned yet, so we'll put her aside. Ruth Lindley, I don't think she got mentioned yet. Stan didn't get mentioned. Sigmund definitely didn't get mentioned. Rebecca. All right, let's see who we are dealing with here. Rebecca. She's the one that was reading Alice in Wonderland to people. And she is our number one suspect just based on her scowl. Okay, so we're interviewing her. That's what these cards are. We're talking to these people. She says, look, I'm not really sure why you're here, but I don't trust you. Not yet, anyway. We'll see if that changes. I do love working here at Abernathy, but not because I love this place as a business. This place is run about as well as a run-down burger joint. I love what I do, which is coordinating the activities for the residents here at Abernathy. That part of my job I enjoy. But I also get saddled with odd jobs from time to time. Those are not as enjoyable. Take what I'm doing now as an example. Our last mortician was fired, and now I'm in charge of the morgue while we look for a replacement. Thankfully, my duties only cover making sure people who aren't supposed to be in the morgue stay out. But I take that responsibility very seriously. I also don't want to lose my job. You claim to be friends of the residents? Fine. If that's true, then what is the passphrase they all use? They told it to me because they trusted me as a friend. I wonder, do they trust you as well? What is the passphrase the residents use? Okay, so when we know that, we can get into the morgue. She'll let us into the morgue. I guess she's not really a suspect anymore. She seems reasonable. All right, so let's put the rest of our suspects aside for now and continue down our looking at the evidence. Okay, there's the pillbox. Remember he said, going through his evidence, a pillbox I swiped from Ruth's medicine cabinet. Okay, so I guess we did run into Ruth. Now, why did he take Ruth's pillbox? She's not one of the dead people. He didn't say why, though. Why is he swiping things from Ruth? Okay, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. This sounds like it's this. Medicine seems off this week. I don't see what's so hard. So Sunday and Monday off by 1. It sounds like it's saying like the number of pills were off. So maybe this connects to this. Okay, let's see what Ruth says. Are you here to stab me? I get so tired of being stabbed. The one guy, he comes in here and keeps stabbing me. It hurts. I tell him to stop, but he doesn't stop. Reminds me of the time I was sewing and I pricked my finger. I was trying to stitch up my cat's wound. She got in a cat fight, literally. Anyway, I tell the guy to stop and he doesn't listen to me. He even grabbed my arm real hard once. I almost reported him, but who would believe me? He got Employee of the Month last month. Can you believe that? How can Abernathy have someone like that working for them? I just get so tired of this place. I don't know why my daughters dumped me in here. They must not love their mother. That's what I get for providing them for most of their lives. I mean, What's to love about this place? The staff here takes so long to do anything. I haven't had a sponge bath in days. Food around here tastes like garbage. They keep bringing in those catered meals because the kitchen's being remodeled, and there's a horrible smell coming from Cynthia's room. Diarrhea, maybe. Ugh, hate to even think of it. All right. There's Ruth Lindsay. But maybe this is her medicine pill case and this, which feels like, I don't have her signature, but these feel like they're connected to me. I don't know what you guys think. Okay, what have we got next? Edgar says, a birthday card I managed to swipe from Heidi's room before they locked it up. Okay, so Heidi was our first death on Saturday the 5th. Let's just say it's your 5th unbirthday. Happy unbirthday. Aunt Heidi, I know it's not really your birthday, but since you love it when we celebrate it, happy unbirthday. Please come home. You don't need to stay in that senior home one more doggone day. We're all so sad that Alice died at such a young age, but you have to let it go. Live your life. Live your life with us. You'll never find peace unless you learn to let the past go. She was my cousin, and I miss her too, but we're all waiting for your call to tell us to come up there and move you out. Any time, Auntie. Anyway, we hope you're doing well in there. Love, Ada. XOXOXO. I know it's not really your birthday, but since you love it when we celebrate it, happy unbirthday. And then she's talking about Alice died. She's the aunt. She's the aunt. This Ada is writing to her aunt about I miss my cousin. So that would mean that Alice would be the daughter of Heidi. I'm not sure I understand the unbirthday thing, though. Michelle Smith Card Company. Okay. It's your 5th unbirthday. What does that mean, your 5th unbirthday? That's interesting. 5th unbirthday. Okay. An article clipping with a cat food ad on the back, which I took from Stan's room. Okay, don't know why he took that. Here's the article clipping, though. And here's the cat ad on the back. The cat ad says, the Cheshire Cat is always lurking around Abernathy. Okay, I got a little note in the chat. Let's see what we've got. Unbirthday is an Alice in Wonderland reference. I see. It's what the Mad Hatter says at the tea party. Okay, good. All right. Cheshire Cat is always working around Abernathy. His two big eyes are always, her two big eyes are always watching me. Maybe I should talk to Dr. Robert about this and get her to help me. Okay, so someone has written on this ad on the back of this newspaper. One of the residents has written this on this cat food ad. Cheshire Cat is always lurking around. Her two big eyes are always watching me. Dr. Roberts to get her to help me. So Dr. Roberts is a woman, probably on our list here. Gwenwith Roberts is who this client is talking to. It's from Stan's room, so probably Stan has written this. And let's see what the actual article is. Valley Falls doctor dismissed for alleged fraud by Eva Locke. Dr. Gwenwith Roberts was officially let go from St. George's Hospital on April 2nd, 2021, following an internal investigation and subsequent lawsuit that revealed many of Roberts' patients had falsified insurance claims that the doctor applied for, costing the hospital hundreds of thousands of dollars. During a 3-month-long trial, Dr. Roberts defended her actions, stating, I want to help the less fortunate who aren't able to afford life-saving operations and treatments without insurance. Judge Harvey Reynolds gave Roberts a 6-month suspension on her medical license and ordered the full amount be paid back to the hospital. Okay. So that was found in Stan's room. So let's take that opportunity to talk to Stan. Let's see what he says. He seems a bit troubled. What do you want? Are you here to take me to hell? Are you working for that short demoness who poses as a nurse? She reminds me of the Cheshire Cat, always lurking about late at night like a little demon. I can't even get up to go to the bathroom because I'm scared to death that she's going to take my soul to the great beyond. What would my family think if I died with my pants down? She wears so much of that perfume, I think she must bathe in it. I get the heebie-jeebies when she's around. I'm pretty sure she's the one responsible for Heidi's death. Those 2 guys as well. I don't know much about them. They never really invited me to any of their shuffleboard games. Still, I'm sure they didn't deserve whatever happened to them. Can you find out why I keep running out of my medicine? Okay, we seem to see a pattern of their medicine of these people is going short or something. I wonder if there's some sort of drug operation happening at this retirement home. And he gives us a little bit more information about who the Cheshire Cat is and her traits and hobbies and stuff. It sounds like that's going to be a big part of this game, is matching up who's who. Okay, well, we can connect him with the thing that was in his room. So far, it's pretty impressive in terms of setting the theme and the mood. We play so many of these games where it's just a puzzle out of nowhere, and this feels like it's at least setting up the personalities and the atmosphere quite a bit. Okay, so, and Tina was clarifying a little bit about the unbirthday. Unbirthday is the days it's not your birthday. Do you think that means 5th unbirthday means it's 5 days out from the birthday? Like unbirthday day 1 is 1 day after your birthday? I wonder if that's it. Maybe it's not important. Okay, what do we have here? It's a photo of the community board. So this is not part of the evidence that he's gathered for us. This is just other stuff. We're just looking at the community board. Okay. Has anyone seen Joffrey? Last night I saw him. He was tinkering with his model ship. He smells of fish and hasn't shaved in a long while. That's Edgar. That's our granddad has written this. Various things. Bingos. This says Nautical Flag Alphabet Training, Lesson Tighter. Tighter. Okay, so this is a flag code. And this is the word tighter, I believe. Tighter. Okay. The Cheshire Cat is watching me. We know that's Stan. That might be his handwriting if we want to match it. There he is. That matches his handwriting here. Okay, various stickers. Here's a little ice cream coupon code. Is there text there that we can read if we zoom up? Turn in free Mega Sunday. Okay. St. George's Hospital. Employee of the month. Okay. So that might help us identify who that guy is if we learn the name of the person who's employee of the month. Domino tournament in memory of the 3 people who died. There's Heidi. There's Roger Pennybrook. Looks like a veteran, maybe the nautical veteran. And Joffrey Lambs. Who took my medals? I had 9, now I have 8, now I have 3. I had 9, now I have 3. And there's a little Deadbolt Mystery Society place. I had 9, now I have 3, so how many went missing? And who keeps taking my pudding? Roger. So Roger is complaining that someone stole his medals. Reading with Mrs. Tyndale, Miss Tinsdale, that's our Alice in Wonderland person, Rebecca Tilsdale. Come join us each afternoon at 2 p.m. Miss Tilsdale is reading us Alice in Wonderland. Okay. So this is obviously going to be useful for us when we need to solve some puzzle or multiple puzzles. Continuing along. This is going to be a map Roger drew of the East Wing. So Roger is, oh no, Roger isn't our, who is Roger? Roger's one of the dead people. Okay. So Roger Pennybrook drew a map of the East Wing. Let's go to this view of it so you can all see it nice and clear. Janitor closet, latrine, the morgue, Sigmund the Mad Hatter, Ruth, she's got trypanophobia, I don't know what that is. Domino, these are nicknames she's given to people. So one guy's name is Domino, who might be a mute. Stan, the scaredy cat. Stan, that's the person who fears the Cheshire Cat. His Heidi, who was missing, so he's drawn this after Heidi disappeared. That was her birthday thing. Then the admin, that's going to be Rose Nelson, the administrator in charge here. There's the kitchen. There's the first aid station. It says crazy in here. There's our East Wing. This is north, south, west, east. I guess this is saying this is East Wing. It's a little confusing. Okay, then we got the library, the kitchen, the rec place where someone was playing shuffleboard, me. This is Roger's room. He's got his medals to indicate. Joffrey was playing with his ship model. Edgar the detective. And Cynthia, who's confused but really loves her grandkids. Okay, that's our grandkid woman. All right. Stan Hart. What does that mean, do you figure? And then here, this says General Roger Pennybrook, 3/2022. Okay, so he's dated it. And then he's got a little Morse code key here. If we wanted to decrypt some Morse code, he's written it out. Not sure, we haven't encountered any Morse code yet. But if we do, he's given us a little key. That's useful. I don't know what this is about. Maybe he's got a crush on Stan? I don't know. Okay, there's the ship model. And there's our flags. And we're told he was working on it before he died. So it feels to me like we could probably decode this. Right? So what have we got here? If this is tighter, T-I-G-H-T-E-R, then we've got E-I-G, let's just do it that way. If that's what, if I'm right about that, E-I-G-H-T, 8. E-I-G-H-T. Okay, so that's that. Does it want it? It doesn't have a QR code, so there's nothing to do with that information yet. We just know that he was messing with his model, and he set the flags out to say 8. But we don't know why. Okay, cubes are working great, says Jonathan. Thank you. So I talked a little bit about it, but one of the things that I wrote a post, I linked to it somewhere on Facebook or something, about my months-long attempts to figure out a bug in OBS, the broadcasting software, that was causing it to hiccup with 4K streams. And the cube system I have, as you know, or you may not know, it lets me zoom in on stuff, but what you may not know is there are actually 2 cameras that it's looking at. It's looking at a close-up camera, which has a view of what's in front of me. And then there's another camera that has a wider view of the table. And it switches between them. It always prefers this camera, the closer it can get, if it can do it, which is the clearer camera. If I put my hand and block this camera, what you'll see is you'll see my hand block out the video, and then it'll shift to the other camera, which, because it's got a wider view, is not going to look as good. So I'll just do it now. Okay, so now I'm blocking the close-up camera, so it's switched to the wider angle camera, but it's still doing the same thing in terms of zooming to the cubes. Now if I pull this away, it will shift into the better camera. Okay, so what I spent months trying to do, you guys were with me when I coded all that code, but I've previously been using the wider angle camera not at full 4K resolution because OBS was not able to process it. But the reason it was not able, while it was choking on it, was actually turned out to be a complicated hardware memory paging fault. And so I worked out a workaround for it. It took months to find the problem off and on. Anyway, now we can use a 4K source for the wider view, which gives better resolution when I have to use the wide angle view. Now, last piece I'll say about that. I can artificially trigger it by blocking the close-up camera. Now we're looking at the wide angle view. That's not when it gets used though. When it gets used is if I try to zoom around to something on the table that's not covered by the close-up camera, like this. So now I've switched to a scene, to something that's off in the corner of the view here, which is outside the range of the close-up camera, which is like this. So now when I go there, it has to use the wider view, which is obviously not as good resolution when it zooms in, but it is better than it was before. Okay. So you have to, that's the price of this channel. You have to listen to me talking about these kinds of things occasionally. Okay, so we just decoded the message on his ship. All right, next up is Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, and it looks like a pretty healthy little excerpt of Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland, which is now in public domain. Follow the White Rabbit. I have to say, I continue to be impressed by this Deadbolt Mystery Society, the amount of care and work that has gone into these. And this is just an example of it. Sorry, I should be showing you this. So here's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. That's the tea party with the Mad Hatter. And a little excerpt with numbered sections. There's an 8, a 2. These look like the original illustrations, a 4. A little symbol here. These don't look, I'm not sure what these are. 7 maybe? 1, 7, or 2, and there's a 6, 3, 5. It's not clear if these are on top of specific words. All right, well, let's worry about this. We'll read this, but not right now. And then it says, follow the white rabbit. Okay. Little musical trivia. One of the great songs of the 60s was by Jefferson Airplane and Grace Slick, White Rabbit. And if you don't know that song, it's pretty amazing. Okay, so solutions. Spoiler ahead, do not open until instructed to do so. Interesting. I'm not sure we've seen this before in our other boxes. Have we? Have we seen something that says, normally it's just evidence and we get the solution online, I think. 2 more packets, fairly substantial here. Do not open until instructed to do so. Do not open until instructed to do so. Okay, so I like this. This is not what we've normally seen in the Deadbolt Mystery Society games. We've seen it maybe once or twice, but normally it says you can open anytime. These are staged 1 and 2. So one of them is surely going to be what the grandfather extra evidence he said he was holding for us. These are fairly substantial. So we've now seen everything that we're allowed to access. And we've encountered a couple of puzzles. That's the QR codes. So actually, 2 of these people have QR. So we haven't read these, and we haven't read the Alice in Wonderland stuff. All right, let me check in with the channel. Let's see what the channel says. We found 8 with the flag code. Maybe it's referencing the passage marked 8 in Alice in Wonderland. It certainly could, especially since they were joining that. Okay, so let's see if we read number 8. It's all very well to say dream. I don't know if we need to read this in order. I feel like it's hard to know what that 8 refers to. It's like it's sitting here in the space between sections. Okay, so if you were to look at this, either 2 is Nile or 2 is this paragraph. But even if it was paragraph, how would you know if this is the paragraph below or the paragraph above? And it doesn't seem to be tied to a specific word. Like, is it referring to wise? Two paragraphs, 8. No, it's not the number. So it's a little weird to think what these are. This is 4. Like, what is this 4 talking about? Is it this paragraph? Probably you might expect like a book code, like a code that was like 841. You might say, okay, 8 means it's this paragraph. 4 would be the 4th word. 1, first letter would be a V. So keep your eye open for a triplet code. We'll read this when we're ready for it. Let's try to get a handle on our puzzles, and I suppose we need to read the remaining photos that had puzzles on them and clues. Okay, so Edgar's puzzle was find 5 suspects and list them in the order of their employee sheet. Okay, so we're not ready for that, surely. That's not going to be for now. Rebecca's puzzle is, what's the passphrase the residents used? Unless it's 8, unless it's EIGHT, it doesn't sound right, so probably not. It could be follow the white rabbit, but we don't really know. We haven't really gotten anything jumped out at us about knowing what the passphrase. So those 2 puzzles don't quite seem ready for us. We could guess at them, but that's not the way these games should be played. So let's put those aside. Let's find our puzzles. Oh, here's Domino. Remember, Domino is one of the people here. Domino. She may be mute. Let's read about her. When you try to question the woman Jessie Lee, known in Abernathy as Domino, you quickly realize she doesn't speak. You aren't sure if it's by choice or if she has an impediment of some sort. Edgar doesn't recall her ever speaking in the time he has resided at Abernathy. Instead of responding to you, she begins plucking dominoes out of a small box on her dresser, laying them out in no seemingly coherent order. You want to play a game of dominoes, you ask her? She ignores your question and continues to set the tiles down in front of you. You decide to skip over her and move on with your investigation. Sounds like she's trying to speak in code with dominoes, but not that we could do anything with that yet. Maybe we're going to get that in one of these packets. Okay, and now let's read Sigmund Cowell's. A fashionable guy, Sigmund. Let's read his thing here. Edgar's grandchild. You can call me the Mad Hatter, though I'm not really all that mad. Well, I don't think I'm all that mad. If you were mad, would you know it? Yeah, I've been watching you guys. Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to tell anyone what you're doing here. What you're really doing here. In fact, I knew your grandpa, the White Rabbit, would help. See, I watch everyone around here. Got to keep my peepers open for trouble. And for new hats. I love my hats. You know, I have all kinds of hats. Big hats, little hats. Your grandpa has a pretty cool looking hat, a fedora, I believe. Those used to be the style back in the day, back when men dressed to impress and when women did the same. Now, nobody has any real style. Speaking of which, do you want to know why I like hats so much? They provide so many different uses. They shade your head when it's hot. They can help you disguise yourself, and you can use a hat to cover up your bed head. Know what I mean? I especially like hat stickers. Bet you can't guess how many hat stickers I have. Anyway, sorry to be talking about hats so much. I'm sure you'd rather talk about murder. Just kidding. You keep doing what you're doing. Wink, wink. Okay, so he knows we're detectiving, but it's hard to see what he wants to know. I mean, he talks about hat stickers. He says you can't guess how many hat stickers. I'll just note that there are a bunch of hat stickers here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 5 hat stickers. Maybe 6 if you count this one. What we would do with that information, I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's Domino. I don't know what we do with hat stickers. Then there was there one in the box? Was that a hat sticker? The sticker? Not really. All right. Well, he doesn't have a puzzle for us to answer, so he's just talking to us. Okay. Continuing to look for puzzles, Ruth, we took her medicine pill box, no puzzle on that. This also doesn't have a puzzle, although it sure sounds like a little algebra puzzle. Sunday and Monday are off by 1. Tuesday is just fine. Wednesday's off by 15. Thursday's off by 2. Friday's off by 1. Saturday's off by 14. Talking about her pill box or her pills. So, but no puzzle there. We need to find a QR code of a puzzle that we can tackle to get our foot in the door here. Let's keep going here. Cynthia has her grandchildren, but no puzzle. No QR code. The model has 8, but that's nothing we can scan. No QR code. No QR code about this guy who's afraid of the Cheshire Cat. Birthday card. No QR code. Brochure. No QR code. Where is the place you lay your head? This is Rogers. drug prescription. Okay, that sounds like maybe a puzzle that's ready to be solved. Roger says, who keeps taking my pudding? I had 9 medals, now I have 3. How many medals went missing? Well, it's weird. It's a weird situation. We have 6, let me just make sure. We have 6 QR codes ready for us to give answers to progress the case. And that's it. Those are the only 6 I believe we have. One wants to know what's the passphrase they use. One wants to know where's the place you lay your head. And one wants to know who are the 5 staff members that are suspicious. We've got other evidence, but those seem to be the only 3 QR codes that are ready for us to work on a puzzle. I don't believe I'm missing any. Okay, let's catch up with the chat. We're going to take a break soon, but let's see if anyone has any idea. It's a fun situation to find ourselves with only 3 puzzles to work on. And this guy says you wear a hat to hide your bedhead. All right, let's check in with the chat. Okay. We found 8 with the flag code. Maybe it's referencing the passage marked 8 in Alice in Wonderland. I think the other character cards all give hints about the employees we need to find for Edgar. For example, we can look in the Employee of the Month and use his physical characteristics on the employee chart to identify him. Previous 2 comments. I say it's a shift cipher, the pillbox. Okay, that's a pretty good guess. I think both of your both Jonathan's sound right to me. So let's go over let's start with Jonathan Warner's point. I believe what Jonathan Warner is saying is that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe we have 5 photo. Oh no, we've got 6, but not including our guy. We've got 5. No, we've got more than 5. Okay. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. And I believe Jonathan was suggesting that Edgar says there are 5 suspicious employees. So I believe the idea is that we've got a list of 19 candidate employees. And I believe Jonathan Warner was suggesting that many of these people tell us about a suspicious employee, and that we might be able to identify with each one who they think is the suspicious employee. So, for example, the best example is Stan. Stan is complaining about the nurse woman who reminds him of the Cheshire Cat. She's always working about late at night, like a little demon. I think that suggests she's small. He's scared to go to the bathroom. She's the one where she thinks she's responsible. Those two guys as well. Okay. So he is scared of a little woman named the Cheshire Cat. He writes, the Cheshire Cat is always lurking around the Abernathy. Her two big eyes are always watching me. Maybe I should talk to Dr. Roberts about this and get her to help me. Okay, so clearly Dr. Gwyneth Roberts is not the Cheshire Cat because he's saying he wants to talk to her about it. So it's a woman that's not Gwyneth Roberts. And he says she's a nurse, right? She's always... Have you seen the short demoness? So we're looking for a short nurse who's a woman. So Gabrielle Gonzalez is a nurse. She's 6'1". So that's not going to be Gabrielle. It's not going to be the Cheshire Cat. Esther Willow's a nurse who's 5'1". That looks like our very good candidate. In fact, those are the only two nurses. So we now know that Stan thinks that the Cheshire Cat, this is Stan's card. The Cheshire Cat is going to be Esther Willow, who's number 6. So here's our first suspect, Esther Willow, the Cheshire Cat, number 6. So Jonathan Warner was saying, if we go through all of these statements, we're going to find 5 suspects. And that's going to get us the answer to Edgar's puzzle about the 5 staff members in the order. Okay, so that was Jonathan Warner's suggestion. I think Jonathan's right. That's a fun puzzle. We'll be able to file that and proceed with this one. Now, before we take a break and continue, however, let's talk about Jonathan Jang's idea. If I understand it correctly, we've got Ruth's medicine box. Jonathan Jang is saying, I think this is a shift cipher. So what is Jonathan actually proposing? I believe what Jonathan is saying is that Sunday and Monday are off by 1. So we shift these 1 forward or back. So S turns to T, M goes to N. That would be TN, or backwards. S could go to R, and then M would go to L, RL or TN. That doesn't seem right to me, but it's a very good idea. And then Tuesday is just fine, so that would stay a T. So it's not going to spell out a word if it's a Caesar cipher, which doesn't seem right to me, because I would think we would get a word out of this. Wednesday, we would go plus 15 and then circle around, so I'm not sure that that's right. But I do like the idea. But I just feel I need to bump everything back. That does sound like it's backwards. So, but that would make this an R and an L. RLT. Wednesday back 15. Thursday T back 2. That would make it an R. So we don't get a real word out of that. That troubles me. I mean, we could try it just to write it out. Just need to bump everything back. That suggests that this would be R, L. Those go back by 1. Tuesday's just fine. That's a T. W goes back 15. You'd have to calculate that. I'm not sure. Thursday is off by 2. That would make that an R. If we're going backwards, Friday is off by 1. That would be an E. Saturday is off by 14. I have to go back. I have to use my thing for that. But I don't see Discriminate says go forward. Okay, well, if we go forward, S goes to T, M goes to N. Wednesday's off by 15. That would circle this around. That's the reason why it's nicer if it goes backwards, because nothing circles around. Sorry, that's a blank here. It's a blank here. So Tuesday is just fine. That's a T. Okay, Thursday. Wednesday is off by 15, so we're just going to skip that for now. Thursday is off by 2. That would make this a V. Friday is off by 1. I'd make this a G. Saturday is off by 14. If I move that forward, that goes here. That doesn't seem right to me. But we can worry about that later, since we don't need to tackle this one yet. Okay, so why don't we take our break? You guys can think about this a little bit more. We'll come back to this. But we do think that we can tackle this thing of identifying our 5 suspects. And that makes sense. Dispamonite is pointing out that TNT is a real thing. Yeah, but what is VG? That doesn't seem like a real thing. All right, anyway, time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. During the break, Nicola was saying if you take these and so we were wondering whether they were, seems like a cipher, were they going forward or back? If we go backwards, we get RLT, and then I skip these, and if we go forward, we get these. Nicola was saying that these letters that I didn't calculate because it was hard to do by hand, sorry, would have been a T and an H and an E. So RL3, that sounds kind of like it might be something. But I actually started thinking, well, maybe we were saying, do you bump forward or back? But maybe it's that, you know, the nature of this puzzle is that you don't know. So maybe, you know, on Sunday you bump back and on Monday you bump forward. Like maybe we don't know it. So let's finish calculating this and see if that helps us. Or it could be RL3. But let's do both things. So if we went forward, we get T and T. Tuesday is okay, it said. Wednesday is off by 15. So if we take Wednesday and go forward 15, that gives us 38. 38 minus 26 gives us 12. So that would be an L, I believe, if we go back, if we circle around. And then Saturday is off by 15. So an S is 19. 15 makes it 34 minus 26 is 12. Did I do that right? Saturday is off by 14. Oh, that's not right. So if we're going forward 20, we get 33 minus Saturday is off by 14. So 19 plus 14 is 33. Minus 26 is 7. So that's a G. Let me just make sure I did this one right. Wednesday, W is off by 15. That's 38 minus 26 is 12. That's L. Okay, so there are our letters. This is obviously not a word. RL3 sounds a little bit closer to something real. But unfortunately, I was thinking, well, we could select from either thing. Doesn't really help much, does it? Because these first two are always going to be some combination of RN. But do we have 3 registered nurses? Because RN is a registered nurse. We only have 2 nurses. So I don't see much value of combining both, and I like the idea that you would go backwards because it says bump back. So if it's RL3, I wonder, RL3, what could we use out of RL3? Do we have any RL names? No. Interesting. I think we better come back to this. All right, let's come back to this. Let's do the one we can do, which makes sense that we would want to identify our 5 suspects. So I think it means let's do the puzzle that we can do. Let's carve the chicken at its joints. So we've got our first suspect, the Cheshire Cat, which is Esther. Let's look for more of our 5 suspects. Okay, Jessie Domino. Is she telling us about anyone? No. Sigmund Cow. Is he telling us about any suspicious employees? He's telling us about hats. Why he likes hats. No. What about Rebecca? Is she our suspect? Not according to anyone else yet. What's the passphrase? Okay, let's keep going here. I like this approach. Okay, Cynthia. I think she gives us a suspect. Grandchildren are getting on her nerves. We're told that the grandchildren remind her of the employees. Right? That's what Edgar tells us. I've noticed that Cynthia tends to confuse some of the staff members with her grandchildren, especially the ones that look similar. That might help us connect the dots on who the people are. Roger and Joffrey were sneaking down the hall. He couldn't tell where they were headed. He was trying to go to the bathroom. She was opening up her birthday card. Book club. She's talking about her different grandchildren. One's a thief, one's a whatever. Vanessa's always singing in their halls. Her voice sounds like a cat. That doesn't really help us. Okay. Look into the staff members here at Abernathy. Find out if any of them are up to anything suspicious. They have criminal past. Do they steal? Are they violent? Do they do things that scare people? All right, so if we look at Cynthia's confusion, she says that Abe has a radio that plays loud. Silvio is a thief. So if we just say this is Silvio, I wonder if the game is telling us that we should be looking for an orange-haired guy. Hair, red. Lucille, a red-headed woman. Clint, a red-headed man. Molly, a red-headed woman. So I think what we're being told is that Clint Newsome is the thief that reminds her of. That's a bit of a stretch, but I'm starting to think that that's what we're being told. So 2, Clint Newsome, redhead man. I think that's going to be our next suspect. Is anyone else? Look into staff. Any of them are suspicious. They have criminal past. Do they steal? Are they violent? Do they do things that scare people? Feels like Vanessa's singing. Sounds like my cat. I'm not sure that's very helpful to us. Okay, but I think we've got 2 suspects. Let me see what the chat is up to. For Cynthia, we might need someone who matches Silvio in the photo. She says Silvio's been stealing. Check Jesse. Okay, so we got that one. So now we've got 2 of our 5. Two of our 5. Do they steal? Are they violent? Do they do things that scare people? Okay, here's another one. We've got Ruth. Ruth is talking about someone who stabs people, that's violent, that scares her. Okay, let's see about this guy who comes in. This is Ruth talking about the person that stabs her. One guy comes in, keeps stabbing me. Grab my arm hard. I report him. He got Employee of the Month last month. Okay. So we're looking for the Employee of the Month. Food tastes garbage. Horrible smell coming from Cynthia's room. Okay. So where did we learn about the guy who got Employee of the Month? It was in here? No, where was it? Where did we get Employee of the Month? Here. Okay, so here's our Employee of the Month, a black man. He looks like a doctor or a nurse. Let's look at our list here. So we're looking for someone who's black, ethnicity, a black male. So could it be Harold Still, the orderly? It could be. Could it be Lucille? No. Could it be Amanda? No. Could it be Molly? No. Okay, so we know who it is. It's Harold Still, the orderly. Okay, so that's our third person of interest from Ruth. Is Harold Still, the orderly. He's the Employee of the Month. Okay, that gives us so far now 3 suspects on our list of 5 suspicious ones. Now, Rebecca, do we consider Rebecca one of the suspicious ones already, just from the start? Because Edgar seems to be suspicious of her. I did notice they'd have secret meetings with her, Rebecca. I think she read them. I haven't been invited. Sounds like maybe Rebecca is one of our suspects just from her weird, suspicious behavior. I'm not 100% sure though. She could be not a suspect. Secret reading. I don't know. What do you guys think? What's your intuition? Is Rebecca one of our suspects or not? This is from Edgar's description. It's not on his card. It's from his notes, so I'm just not sure. I'm not sure if the game intends for us to have her as our first suspect. But still, even so, would leave us one more. Jonathan points out something excellent. Jonathan says, one of them talked about how Dr. Roberts got in trouble with the law. Yes. And his thing is look for people with criminal history. Yes. Okay, where did we got that on the cat advertisement of the Cheshire Cat. Dr. Gwyneth Roberts. So, but was Gwyneth Roberts is different from the Cheshire Cat, right? Yeah, so that's going to be our person, but talk to Dr. Roberts. Okay, so Dr. Roberts, the person with the criminal history from this article, is our Gwyneth Roberts. She is number 18. So we may have our 5 now. So this is from Stan's. He's pointed us to 18, Gwyneth Roberts. Okay, so if Rebecca Tilsdale is one of our suspects, then we have our 5. If she's not, then we don't. Let's make up our list of our 5 so we can try it. Okay, we got Rebecca Tilsdale, Gwyneth Roberts. We've got actually 2 from this card. One was Esther. Harold Still. Okay, so our suspects. One, Harold Still. 2, Clint Newsome. Then we've got 6, Esther Willow. 8 is Rebecca Tilsdale, maybe. This is our only one. We're not sure if she should be on this list. And then 18 is Gwyneth Roberts. So if those are our 5, and I'd like to hear if the audience thinks Rebecca should be on that list or if there's someone else we haven't found. I don't know that she's really suspicious, but I guess for having those secret book readings, she kind of is. But so is Rose, the Nelson, the runner of this whole thing. Was anyone talking about bad things about Rose? Since then, I mean, doesn't it seem like Rose should be on our list? And if you had to guess, Rose seems more suspicious just because she just took over. If it is Rose, then that would be number 9. Okay, so they want the numbers in order. So if it's Rebecca, then our number is 1, 2, 6, 8, 18. And if it's Rose, it's 1, 2, 6, 9, and 18. Okay, so I'm inclined to try both of these. I'm assuming that if there's anything I'm assuming that we haven't overlooked evidence against someone else. But that could be wrong. That absolutely could be wrong. But if I had to guess, that we would try that it's either Rose or Rebecca. It's tempting to just try it. I do wonder though if we shouldn't be finding it instead. I mean, it sure seems like Rebecca is not a suspect. And I would put the Rose as a better suspect. But I don't know. I mean, if she's been there 2 years and then someone's just dying, then maybe she's not. It's not suspicious. Neither of them actually seem that suspicious, to be honest. Um, hmm. Okay, well, the flags on his boat do say 8. Maybe he's pointing to Rebecca and blaming Rebecca. All right, let's try this one. Let's try Rebecca as our missing person and try this thing. All right, so how do we do this? If we'll remember how to do this, we go to Edgar's puzzle that he gave us. He wants us, the order of staff members are 5 members in order, so we're going to scan this. Okay, let's give it a try. Okay. All right. Edgar's evidence. Always with... Okay, password protected. All right, so we think it's 1, 2, 6, 8, 18. Nope. Okay. Well, that wasn't right. So we're missing someone. It's not Rebecca. I think the others are right. Feels like we have everything we need. We could try Rose, but I'm not sure we have any evidence against her other than she just looks suspicious. So I think we need to be more purposive and find that last person that we need a reason to blame someone else. We need a reason to be suspicious of one more employee. Just a little quick note, looking at this, I see that the grandpa is called the White Rabbit. That's his nickname. In fact, I knew your grandpa, the White Rabbit, would help. Employee of the month, we got that guy. Kitchen's being remodeled. A flag with 8. Let's read this thing again. Jonathan says, there's a note on the board that says, who's taking my medals? I have 9 now. I have 3. How many did I lose? Could that be pointing at employee number 6? Yeah, we've got a bunch of numbers. I already tried the 8 one. It's no good. That's not pointing at someone. It's a number. I agree that we might need to use it somewhere, but I don't think it's good enough to make us suspicious of someone. Just going back through all of our evidence, looking for someone that's suspicious. So far, no. How about this? Come home with your wife. Ada. We need one more suspicious person. Grandchildren. Abe has a radio. He plays really loud. Country music. What did I do to deserve that? Sally likes to wear gaudy clothes. Silvio is a thief. Okay, well, we used that to find one of our people that I'm fairly sure is suspicious. This one, Gwyneth Roberts. We found 2 bad people from here. Gwyneth Roberts and the demoness Cheshire Cat, which we found because she's a small nurse. There's this Morse code. Community board, Tillsdale. What about this? Glenn Powers. Okay. Put the new minutes under the place you lay your head. Glenn Powers isn't even on our list. I mean, we could try to solve this one. Where's the place you lay your head? I wonder if this is actually a reference to his room. Where is the place you lay your head? This is the general. That doesn't really help us, knowing he lives here. I mean, is it just bed? That just seems weird that it would be so simple. I will note that the Book of Alice in Wonderland was found in Joffrey's room, not Roger's room, not with the flags, but in Joffrey's room. Has anyone seen Joffrey? Oh, he was tankering with his model ship. He smells of fish and hasn't shaved. Okay, so Joffrey is the ship. So we found the word 8 in the same room as the guy who had this. So it does seem like maybe paragraph 8 is the relevant one for us. All right, let's read this first page. So that does lay credence to the idea that the ship with the 8 spelled out on the flags is related to this 8. So let's see. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. There seemed to be no use in waiting by the little door, so she went back to the table, half hoping she might find another key on it, or at any rate a book of rules for shutting people up like telescopes. This time she found a little bottle on it, which certainly was not there before, said Alice. And round the neck of the bottle was a paper label, with the words "Drink Me" beautifully printed on it in large letters. It was all very well to say "Drink me," but the wise little Alice was not going to do that in a hurry. "No, I'll look first," she said, "and see whether it's marked poison or not." For she had read several nice little histories about children who had gotten burnt and eaten up by wild beasts and other unpleasant things, all because they would not remember the simple rules their friends had taught them, such as that a red-hot poker will burn you if you hold it too long, and that if you cut your finger very deeply with a knife, it usually bleeds, and she had never forgotten that if you drink much from a bottle marked poison, it is almost certainly certain to disagree with you sooner or later. However, this bottle was not marked poison, so Alice ventured to taste it, and finding it very nice, it had in fact a sort of mixed flavor of cherry tart, custard, pineapple, roast turkey, toffee, and hot buttered toast, she very soon finished it off. It doesn't seem, I'm happy to read this all, but it doesn't seem to help us much. Looking at this community board, there's a bunch of other stuff in here that looks like it could be related to solving puzzles. We've got this bingo and different color pins. We've got the hat stickers that one guy referred us to. We've got this numeric thing. I had 9, now I have 3. We've got the domino tournament with the 1. Feels like that's not ready to solve yet. This is what we use to decode the flags. Really feels like we should know our 5 suspects. Does this map give us any clue? The morgue is friendly. Latrine. Sigmund is the Mad Hatter. Ruth. Domino. Scaredy Cat, Heidi's missing. The admin, which is Rose. First aid is crazy. What does that tell us? Kitchen staff, receptionist, assistant, physical therapist. Doesn't really help us here. Loves her grandkids, Edgar the detective, Joffrey, soldier in training. Is it possible that we're going to get that 5th person somewhere else? It seems very weird that we would be able to figure out 4 of them, but not the 5th. There has to be one more person who's suspicious. Surely the game wouldn't give us 4 of the 5 now. going to disconnect my evidence cards so we can better look at everything. I suppose one of these clues, like this medicine thing, could give us the name of our third person. Our fifth person, I mean, let's see. So the pillbox is Ruth's pillbox. So where's Ruth? Maybe we have to solve this. My medicine is off. I don't see what's so hard about. It should be as simple as the alphabet. Okay, this is clearly a cipher, as we were discussing. No one around here can do things correctly. Can you believe that? I feel like I just need to bump everything back. Okay, that sure sounds like that we're on the right track here. And if you bump everything back, you get RL3. Okay, so what is RL3? RL3. RL3. I mean, 3 would be, the number 3 is John Cohen, who's a doctor. Well, why would that have to do with RL? But we don't even know what we would use this for. Okay. Jonathan says, check, Jesse. RL is Ruth's initial. You're right. RL is Ruth's initial. Ruth Lindley. Well, I think that's a great point that RL is Ruth Lindley 3, but that just makes it more confusing. Like, well, how does that help her? How does that help us that we've got a 3 that's specifically associated with Ruth Lindley? Jonathan says, let's see what the chat says, we should reread the suspects. All right, let me blank my thing. All right. It pays to remember when you get frustrated that's kind of what we want. We want to be frustrated. We don't want these games to be so easy. So I don't know why I would complain about it. Let's reorganize everything and reread our... These aren't our suspect cards. These are our residence cards. All right. Let's collect them. Let's make sure we're not missing anything here. Okay. So this is just all our miscellaneous evidence. Here are our people. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I believe that's right. I'm guessing when you said reread suspects, you meant reread the residents, not the suspect list. Although we could look at the suspect list again just so we know what names we're looking out for. Janitor, Carl, Gabrielle, Esther. Okay. Oftentimes the cards are suspects in these games, but not in this case. Okay, so Edgar. Let's quickly reread these. Okay, though you've listened to dozens of Grandpa Edgar's stories regarding his past detective work, you can't remember ever actually seeing him in detective mode. He seems focused, stoic almost. He turns to you, somewhat serious look on his face. I want to know you're taking this case seriously, so I'm holding on to one of the pieces of evidence I found until you can give me a suspect list. Find out if any of them are up to any suspicious activities. Do they have a criminal past? Do they steal? Are they violent? Do they do things that scare people? So notice that we have people for these categories. They have a criminal past. We have the person who got arrested. Do they steal? We've got the person that looks like the thief. Are they violent? That's the guy who stabbed her in the arm. That's 3. Do they do things that scare people? That's the Cheshire Cat. That's 4. So we sort of have everyone that matches 4 of these. I think 5 suspects would prove you're venturing into true detective work and not just treating this like a game. Okay. Next is Stan. He tells us about the Cheshire Cat, the demoness, short demoness, nurse. Okay. Always working about at night. She's going to take my soul. She wears so much perfume. She thinks she's the one responsibility for Heidi's death and the 2 guys. They never invited him to shuffleboard. They didn't deserve what happened. Can you find out why I keep running out of my medicine? Okay, so we know she's a short nurse. So if you look at, there's only 2 nurses. One is 6 and one is 5'1". So that's how we got Esther. Next up is Sigmund. Call me the Mad Hatter. I'm not really all that mad. I don't think I'm that mad. If you were mad, would you know it? I've been watching you guys. I won't tell anyone what you're really up to. I knew your grandpa, the White Rabbit, would help. I watch everyone. Got to keep my peepers open for trouble, for new hats. Love my hats. So I like all kinds of hats. Grandpa has the cool one, a fedora. When people dressed in style, no one has any style now. Do you know why I like hats? They provide different uses. They shade your head when it's hot. They can help you disguise yourself. You can use a hat to cover up your bed head. I especially like hat stickers. I bet you can't guess how many hat stickers I have. And then, of course, on the bulletin board, we can count them, but we don't know why that's useful. Sorry to be talking about hats so much. I'm sure you'd rather talk about murder. Keep doing what you're doing. Wink, wink. Then there's Domino, the mute. She says, when you try to question the woman known as Jessie Lee, known as Domino, she doesn't speak. She begins plucking dominoes out of a small box on her dresser. And you decide to go in for it. Something does occur to me. So we decoded her message about this, the other woman's message about that, and we got the answer RL3, which we noted, Jonathan noted that RL is Ruth Lindsay. And I wonder if we're going to get numbers for each person, because Domino seems like she might be number 1. And I wonder if Roger is going to be number 6. And then Sigmund, who says, do you know how many hat stickers I have? I wonder if he's going to have the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I wonder if part of some eventual puzzle is going to be a number for each of our residents. Doesn't solve this puzzle or any puzzle we have yet, but that's my guess. So maybe we'll start keeping that on a different thing. So I think Ruth Lindsay is number 3 from RL3. I think Domino might be number 1. I think that would be, the boat would be 8 too. That would make sense, right? Okay, so Roger says I had 9, now I have 3. So Roger is going to be 6. And then Joffrey had the boat in his room that said 8. And then Sigmund had hats. He says, how many hat stickers do I have? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the second number 6. So I guess that would suggest we're not putting these in order. And then who do we have that we haven't done yet? Ruth was her 3. Okay, so then we've got Rebecca. Let's see what Rebecca has to say for herself. I'm not sure why you're here. I don't trust you. She loves working here, about as well run as a burger joint of what I do. Saddled with odd jobs. I'm in charge of the morgue. Take responsibility. You can be friends with the residents. What is the passphrase they all use? They told it to me because they trusted me as a friend. I wonder, do they trust you as well? What is the passphrase the residents used? Okay, so we don't have a number for her or help with a suspect. Let's see, Cynthia. Can't seem to put the right people with the right memories. My grandchildren. Abe has a radio, country music. Sally likes to wear gaudy clothes. Silvio's a thief. I hate to say it, I see him take other people's stuff. So we used her and her grandchildren photo. She says Silvio is a thief. And from the far left, here's Silvio. And we're told that she mistakes people and traits from workers. So we use that to give us a red-headed white man, which is Clint Newsom. That's how we got him on the list. The other 2 redheads are women. Okay, we don't have a number for her though. Okay, so we've reread all the residents. The other people, her grandchildren, are just playing music. Those don't seem like suspects to me. Okay, we haven't made use of this brochure for anything yet. Rose Nelson is the person who runs it. There's Rose. Okay, we used this and this to get this RL3, which we think just gives us the number for Rose. So that feels like that's done. And it feels like that's done. Okay, so this is the doctor that's been accused of fraud. That's Gwyneth Roberts. That's how we put Gwyneth Roberts on the list. That's number 18. I want to help those less fortunate. 6 months suspension. This is another point about the Cheshire Cat and making clear that it's not the same person as Roberts. Okay, so I think we've made use of that one completely. This we decoded using these flags to get the number 8, which we believe was used to give us a number for Jeffrey as 8. Okay, this one to Roger from Dr. Glenn Powers, who's not on our list of suspects, is mentioning about put the pills under the place you lay your head. Which sounds like it's the answer to the puzzle about, well, this one has a puzzle. Where is the place you lay your head? I mean, is that just bed? Because that guy said bedhead for hats or pillow. I mean, that just seems too trivial. But I don't know. Is it? Let me check what the chat is saying. Ginny says, did we try Rose as a suspect? No. That was my second choice, that it was Rose, but I felt like we needed to have something to make Rose suspicious to us. Like, I feel like there needs to be something pointing to her before we try it. We could try it, but I hate to just try things. Is the cat referencing someone else beside the nurse? Doesn't it say his eyes? No, it says her eyes. It says her eyes. I'll show you. It's definitely her eyes. Originally, I thought it looked like it said he, but it's actually H-E-R. And he talks about her specifically as being a short nurse. So I think that locks her in. Now, so it's possible that we could solve this puzzle here. The place you lay your head. Unless there's something that we're doing wrong there. And then, how did we get... And then the one other person is the person who got stuck in the arm. Let's see. Are you here to stab me? I don't know if we reread this one yet. So tired of being stabbed. The one guy, he comes in here, keeps stabbing me. It hurts. I tell him to stop. She says her cat got into a cat fight. He grabbed my arm hard once. I almost reported him, but who would believe me? He got Employee of the Month last month. Can you believe that? And then from that, we found Employee of the Month, a black male. And when we looked up here, we found there was only one black male, Harold Still. So that's how Harold Still found himself on our list. So those are our 4 people who we've got on our list. So either it's Rose and we should be just suspicious of her because she started this started running this place, I feel like the game would give us more before it would want us to really suspect Rose. I mean, I do suspect Rose, but I don't have any good evidence for it. We could try Rose, or we could try... I'll tell you what we should do. We should see if this one has a trivial answer to it, because this is really weird. I put the new pills under the place you lay your head. Where is the place you lay your head? I don't want to waste time on this if it's so silly. But this is Roger, and Roger's one of our victims. He's our general who drew this map. Okay, so either this is bed or pillow. Or it's suppose it could be something in our Alice in Wonderland reference. Checking close with the chat for one more second. Rebecca said the facility is poorly run, so maybe Rose is to blame. I mean, everything you're saying I agree with. Like, I suspect Rose, it's poorly run. She's only been there for 2 years. It feels like it would be natural to suspect her. But on the other hand, everyone else in this place has had... I mean, we could certainly try it. All right, let's try it. It feels like it should be giving us more, but let's try it with Rose, or the administrator, as our replacement. So Rose is 9, so the answer would then be 1, 2, 6, 9, 18. Nope. Unless I'm doing something wrong. Interesting. Okay. Well, rather than get hung up on that, let's see if this has an easy answer, because if it does, why it seems silly to just waste time on this. So I don't understand why, like, why bother if it's that simple? So what are we missing? But it could be in the Alice in Wonderland book. Let's just do this, though. All right, so the fact that one guy said the hats help your bed head was the reference to head. So I think the answer, I think if I had to guess, I would guess bed. Pillow would be the only other thing. Okay, that seems kind of silly, but okay. Lifting the pillow, all you find is a note. Ha! Caught you, thief. I noticed my medicine going missing when you started checking in on me. I'm an old, but not clueless. You won't be stealing from me anymore, Brandy, says Roger. Okay, so this is another good lesson. We're getting a feel for these Deadbolt Mystery Society games. But let's confirm what we've learned here about the meta knowledge of how this game works before we take our break. First of all, the guessing that maybe it was Rebecca because she was suspicious, or maybe it was Rose because we suspected Rose because of administrator. We didn't need to do that. That was another case where if we have to make a guess at someone, it's probably the wrong approach. And then the other thing that the Deadbolt Mystery Society does, which I really like, and I think is a very clever mechanic, is that these one puzzle, you've got a bunch of puzzles available simultaneously, And it's hard to know when you have enough information to solve a puzzle, because unlocking a previous puzzle gives you information for another puzzle. So this is the last piece of information we needed to find our 5 people, because now our person says that Brandy is a thief. So now if we go to our employee list, I believe we will find Brandy is our last suspect. So let's find a Brandy. There she is, Brandy Lewis, the assistant, 14. So rather than guessing at Rose and Rebecca, we've got 14. Who's Brandy? The pillow thief. The only thing that's really thrown me is that this puzzle was so silly and trivial. But maybe that's just the game's way of saying, you know, start here to get a feel for it. Okay, so if we swap in Brandy at 14, we get 1, 2, 6, 14, and 18. Those are our 5 suspects. With Brandy, that's surely the right answer. However, it's time for a break, so I'll see you in 8 minutes. Then we'll unlock the piece of extra information, probably one of those envelopes. I'll see you then. Okay, we're back, almost 2 a.m. here in Champaign, Illinois, in the Midwest of the United States. We had a little bit of a breakthrough. We realized we had an easy puzzle we could solve, which gave us the 5th name that we've been looking for. Broke our little bottleneck. No complaints. The only weird thing here was that one puzzle was so easy. That seems like a bit of a miss, but regardless, it was sort of the teaching moment that got us the last piece. Okay, so now we can go back and try to, let's see, I've got a bunch of things open here that are not what we want. We want this one. Okay, so here's Edgar asking for our 5 people. We believe we know the answer to this now. It's Howard Still, the orderly, who won Employee of the Week. Clint Newsome, I forget why we suspected him. He's number 2. Esther Willow was 6. Then Brandy, 14. And then Gwyneth Roberts, the person who did the insurance fraud. 14, Brandy was the thief. Esther Willow was our Cheshire Cat. Clint Newsome was the red-headed janitor who reminded the woman of her grandson. All right, let's try this. Surely this is going to work. Enter. No, this has to be something doing wrong because this is surely the right answer. 1, 2, 6, 14, 18. Yeah, okay. Always try it 10 times because I'm bound to mess something up. Although you guys, I show it to you, so you should be seeing when I type something wrong in. Okay, after you give Edgar the names of the 5 individuals you consider as suspects, he grins and hands you the date card from a library book. Oh, Alice in Wonderland book. Now you're acting like a real detective, he says, making me proud, kid. I told you something strange was going on around here, and I'm not giving up until you and I prove it. You know, I never really had a partner back in the day. Like to work solo, but you're giving me some hope here for the future of detective work. I think this card connects with another piece of evidence we already have. I remember overhearing the other residents talk when they were in one of their book club meetings about how each of them had been assigned a number that had to do with the password the mortician wants. I didn't hear as much as I would have liked, but that might be enough to figure this out. I feel like the map Roger drew can help point us in the right direction for this. I'm sure if we go over our notes and evidence again, we'll be able to determine everyone's number, and it's just a matter of working our way down this list and figuring out how to use it with the Alice book. Okay, so it's exactly as we suspected. Each person here has a number. So, look at this system I have set up so I can choose what to show with what. All right, so we've got names of a bunch of people, numbers for people. We've got Ruth Lindsay's number. I think we have Domino's number. That's the 1 on the board. Roger, the general guy, he put that ad about 9 minus 3 is 6. Joffrey had written flag, 8 flag. Sigmund had 6 hats. That's a little bit of a hat stickers, we think. All right, but now there are people that we don't have numbers for yet, I believe. So it looks like Stan, we don't have his number. Rebecca isn't on this list, so I think maybe we don't need to have a number for Rebecca. Just gonna write her down here, but I don't think we need to have her number. But Stan was in the club. Okay, Cynthia is on the list. We don't have a number for her yet. Okay, Edgar never took out the book, so he doesn't count. Stan I've written down. Sigmund is on the list. We have his number. Domino, we have her number. Ruth Lindsay, we have her number. Okay, so who are we missing? Stan, Cynthia, and what about Heidi? We don't have Heidi's number. So Stan, Cynthia, and Heidi. And we've got Roger's, Jesse's, Sigmund's, Joffrey's. Okay, so we need Stan's number, Cynthia's number, and Heidi's number. Heidi was the one who was killed. Okay. Look at this. Look at this line letter. That's a little suspicious, isn't it? Is this our book? Is this our book code? It's telling us once we find the paragraph, we're looking at the line number and the letter number. So that's how we're going to find, I believe, that we're going to be able to use their number to look up the paragraph. And then once we get the paragraph or the section, we'll look up the line according to their... Let's see, I need to undo this so I don't... I guess I can go back. Okay. So I believe that's giving us confirmation that it's a... I forgot to resave it. Remember the rule about how to play this is always to resave 1, 2, 6, 14, 18. That's why I found this software that I can resave it, save a copy, change, remove password, leave blank. Okay. So now we can access this. All right, but I need to, I guess I don't need to. It's like I drew in a way that makes it impossible to make that out. That's a 3, I guess. Okay, that's confusing. Anyway, so I believe once we have that, we'll be able to build a word from those. So line and letter. So we're going to get one letter for each of these people, which gives us an 8-letter word, which is going to be the passphrase. So probably, even without finding the numbers for Stan, Cynthia, and Heidi, we will be able to do it. So let's do the ones we can do. And then we'll see how we want to go about it if we want to guess the others. So Joffrey is an 8, is his number, because he wrote his flags as an 8. So it would be 8 and then 3, 14. That's Joffrey. Okay, so let's decode that. 8, 3, 14 would be 8. Line 3, 1, 2, 3, and then letter 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I get an N. Okay, next up is Sigmund. We do have a number for Sigmund. It's 6. And then Sigmund is 519. So let's try it. Let's find section 6. Okay. Line 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 is an O. Okay, next up is Stan. We don't have Stan's thing. So all we know from Stan is he's 6'14". But we don't know what paragraph. Okay, Ruth we do. Ruth is a 3. So Ruth is 3, 7, 12. Let's do her. So section 3, line 7. Here's section 3. We want 7, 12. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, well, we got a problem. We've got a problem. What went wrong here? This calls into question everything. What's gone wrong? I mean, Ruth is the one that's so clearly the number 3 because we read it out, RL3. So if it's section 3, and that's line and letter 7 and 12, how do you get line 7? And word 12, letter 12, that's very confusing to me. Seems so obvious that this was what we were working on. The guy said the map would help. Our guy said the map would help, but let's look at his note. I think this card connects with another piece of evidence we have. Each of them had a number that had to do with the password. And here's as much as I could. I feel like the map Roger drew can help point us in the right direction for this. The map can point us in the right direction. John says, could it just mean a space? I don't see how. No, that doesn't make sense. You're saying like we go to line 7 and there's... We go to line 7 and we're supposed to find the 12th letter and we go 1, 2, 3, 4 and then we go 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, so it's a space? No, no, no. No, that can't be it. But is it possible that the number they have, so we've been looking at their numbers, 3, 1, 6, 8, 6, and assuming that these numbers correspond to paragraph numbers. But maybe there's some indirection having to do with the map. What other puzzles were there? Were there any other puzzles? We did the lay your head. And then the mortician wants her password. That's the one we're working on. So there's no other puzzle. He says the map can point us. Rooms on the map might be numbered. Can we see the zoomed out map again? Yeah. So we could put numbers in each of these places. If Ruth is a 3, Sigmund, oh, I wonder if that would let us fill in the missing numbers. Domino is a 1, though. So 1. So I guess not. Because if Domino is a 1, which we're not 100% sure of, but if Ruth is a 3, and Joffrey's an 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. Ruth is a 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. Well, I mean, this is a 3. Heidi, we don't know her number. We know Ruth is a 3. The ones we're very sure of is Ruth is a 3. And Joffrey's an 8. 3 and 8. We think Sigmund is a 6 for his hat stickers. But I don't see how that still doesn't really help us. I mean, we don't know how to use that. Even if we had numbers for all these things, I suppose one theory could be if we fill in the numbers we know, like Ruth is a 3, that these might be in some order that would let us guess the numbers of the other people. Like if that's a 6 and that's a 3, but not really. It's hard to see what pattern that would be. Jonathan says, maybe we should just continue and see if the other numbers seem to spell out some word. I like that idea. I think that makes sense to me. Let's continue on the ones we can. So NO, which does sound like it was spelling out a word. Then we don't know this one because we don't know this person's number. And then this one looked weird, like it was broken to us. Heidi, we don't know hers, so she's an unknown, and then a 1914. Okay, then Roger, we think his number is 6. So 6, 12, 13. Let's try that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 7, 8, 9, 13 is a Y. Okay, I think that's right. Of course, any of these could be wrong. We'd have to double check them. Cynthia, we don't know her number. So Cynthia is 414, but we don't know her thing. And then Jessie we think is a 1. So 1, 5, 22. Okay, so there's our 1. Maybe you're allowed to keep going into the second. No, that doesn't help us. So 1, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 22. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Which would be a G. Doesn't really feel like a word to me. Why something G doesn't make a word? Did we skip Roger? Roger is 6, 12, 13 is right here. This is Roger. I'm going in order of this. So we've got Roger, Cynthia, Domino, Heidi, Ruth. Jonathan says, just try it again, Roger. Okay, let me just finish writing these out. Ruth, Stan, Sigmund. So Roger was number 6. So 6, 12, 13. All right, let's do 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, I see. It's a B. Okay, now I get B. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 is a B. Okay. I mean, you might, if it's Alice in Wonderland, this might be expected to be B-I-G. Big. How about R-T-H, North? That would be giving us a map. R-T-H. North. Should I make sure I did this one right? That's a 1. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Can we count the hat stickers again? Sure. So I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, there are 7 hat stickers, not 6. Okay, good. 7. Okay, so if we change Sigmund, well, then it's not going to be North anymore. That's unfortunately. Change Sigmund. It's so easy to make mistakes. Okay, so Sigmund is 7, 5, 12. That's not going to be an O anymore. I thought for sure it was going to be North. Okay. 7. I guess that gets rid of our duplicates, so that should make you happy. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 19, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 would be an A. How are we going to use this map? Strange. I feel like the map Roger drew can help point us in the right direction. Can determine everyone's number. I mean, maybe we should try to focus on determining the missing numbers. Stan, Cynthia, and Heidi, we don't have numbers for. One of them was killed off. What do we know about Heidi? How do we have her number? Whose birthday card is this? Heidi. It's gotta be, it's the 5th of her birthday, 5th on birthday. Is that gonna make her number 5? We're missing a 5. 5th on birthday. Okay, that's gotta be the 5. Okay, sounds like Jonathan was coming with the same idea I have. Okay, so if Heidi is a 5, that gives us 5, 19, 14. Let's see if we can, although I still think it seems like we're looking this up wrong based on that weird one, but let's see if we can see if we follow it through. This is not even going to have 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so I think her number is 5, but I don't think we're doing the lookup in the book properly. There's something we're not understanding about how to go from their numbers. I got a theory. You want to hear my theory? So a bunch of times when we play these games, we have these moments where I say, I've come up with something clever. If it's true, I'm going to be very happy. If it's false, then I'm overthinking it. Okay. Remember it says we have to use the map, right? Okay. I'm going to give you a chance to guess ahead of me as I'm explaining it. Okay. It says you have to use the map. So I'm going to tell you what I think is going on here. Notice there's our weather. What do they call this? The something star. There's a name for this. There's a name for the legend on the map that points you what direction. Okay. Notice that half of the residents live on the north side. Half of the residents go on the south side. Notice when we tried to look up lines in compass rose, and Jenny says, okay, so notice when we tried to look up lines in the book, we got to points where it didn't make sense. And notice when we looked at the book early on, we pointed out, boy, that's weird. Like, it's not clearly telling us that this number belongs to this paragraph or this paragraph. So here's my idea, that the people whose rooms are on the north, we count northwards when we count line number. And the people that live on the south, we count down. Let's see if that works. So let's clear this. We still have 2 missing people, but let's see if we can get away without it. So, Joffrey lives on the south. So let's mark him as south. Let's do this part first. Sigmund is our hats guy. He lives on the north. Stan is the scaredy cat. He lives on the north. Ruth is a north. Heidi, who got killed, missing, she was also a north. Roger, the general, he's a south. Cynthia, she's a south. And Domino is a north. Okay, let's try again now. So Joffrey is a south 8. So 1, 2, 3, and then 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 is still an N. He doesn't change because he's a south. The rest of them are going to start to change though. So now let's go to 7. Now we're going northward 5 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So I get an S for that. Well, this is troubling. That doesn't seem to spell a word. Let me make sure I did that right. 7. 5 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe I counted up too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I still get an S, so I don't love that. Stan, I don't know where to go. Ruth is 3, 7, 12. Ruth is north. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, that's wrong then. I don't think it's right then. We can't count up for Ruth. What's happening here? Oh, I thought for sure that was it. Ruth is our key. Is the one that keeps killing us, because when we counted down, we get a letter that didn't exist. When we counted up, we get a line that doesn't exist. Unless we're supposed to go onto the previous page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12 is a Y. And that just seems wrong in all sorts of ways. No, that's too bad. That's really too bad. How did we even get... We can't... Oh, north. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Be a P. This is not spelling anything. Six, 12, 1, 2, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, this is just completely wrong. What am I doing? Really, sometimes I don't understand how I can survive in this world with the number of mistakes I make. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 22. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I get an end for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8. Ruth is our bizarre one. She's 3, 7, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 puts you here if you go in the wrong direction. But then if you go in the right direction, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you hit the end of the page. Boy, that seemed to me like a perfect way to use this map. Well, let's catch our breath. Let's take a big pause, and I'm going to read the rest of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland and see if anything jumps out to us as we do. So she drank the potion. She's got a little door. She can't get in it. So she drinks the potion. Here she is looking at the potion that says, "Drink me." "I'm sure I'm not Ada," she said, "for her hair goes in such long ringlets." "And mine doesn't go in ringlets at all. And I'm sure I can't be Mabel, for I know all sorts of things, and she knows such a very little. Besides, she's she, and I'm I, and oh dear, how puzzling it all is. I'll try if I know all the things I used to know. Let me see. 4 times 5 is 12. 4 times 6 is 13, and 4 times 7 is, oh dear, I shall never get to 20 at that rate. However, the multiplication table doesn't signify. Let's try geography. London is the capital of Paris, and Paris is the capital of Rome, and Rome, no, that's all wrong, I'm certain. I must have been changed for Mabel. I'll try and say, how doth the little... And she crossed her hands on her lap as if she were saying lessons and began to repeat it, but her voice sounded hoarse and strange, and the words did not come out the same as they used to do. How doth the little crocodile improve his shining tail and pour the waters of the Nile on every golden scale? How cheerfully he seems to grin, how neatly spread his claws, and welcome little fishes with gently smiling jaws. It is a long tail, certainly, said Alice, looking down with wonder at the mouse's tail, but why do you call it sad? And she kept on puzzling about it while the mouse was speaking, so that her idea of the tale was something like this. Fury said to a mouse that he met in the house, let us both go to law, I will prosecute you. Come, I'll take no denial, we must have a trial, for really, this morning I've got nothing to do. Said the mouse to the cur, such a trial. Then there's the Mad Hatter with his hat in this style, 10.6. £10.6, I think that's the cost of the hat. If you knew time as well as I do, said the Hatter, you wouldn't talk about wasting it. It's him. I don't know what you mean, said Alice. Of course you don't, the Hatter said, tossing his head contemptuously. I dare say you never even spoke to time. Perhaps not, Alice cautiously replied, but I know I have to beat time when I learn music. Ah, that accounts for it, said the Hatter. He won't stand beating. Now, if you only kept on good terms with him, he'd do almost anything you liked with the clock. For instance, suppose it were 9 o'clock in the morning, just time to begin lessons. You'd only have to whisper a hint to time, and round goes the clock in a twinkling, 1:30, time for dinner. I only wish it was, said the March Hare to himself in a whisper. Well, that would be grand, certainly, said Alice thoughtfully, but then I shouldn't be hungry for it, you know. Well, not at first, perhaps, said the Hatter, but you could keep it to 1:30 as long as you liked. She boxed the Queen's ears, the Rabbit began. Alice gave a little scream of laughter. Oh, hush, the Rabbit whispered in a frightened tone. The Queen will hear you. You see, she came rather late, and the Queen said, Get to your places, shouted the Queen in a voice of thunder, and people began running about in all directions, tumbling up against each other. However, they got settled down in a minute or two, and the game began. Alice thought she had never seen such a curious croquet ground in her life. It was all ridges and furrows. The balls were live hedgehogs, the mallets live flamingos, and the soldiers had to double themselves up and to stand on their hands and feet to make the arches. These are all pages from Alice in Wonderland. The chief difficulty Alice found at first was in managing her flamingo. She succeeded in getting its body tucked away comfortably enough under her arm with its legs hanging down, but generally, just as she had got its neck nicely straightened out and was going to give the hedgehog a blow with its head, it would twist itself round and look up in her face with such a puzzled expression that she could not help bursting out laughing. When she had got its head down and was going to begin again, it was very provoking to find that the hedgehog had unrolled itself and was in the act of crawling away. Besides all this, there was generally a ridge or furrow in the way whenever she wanted to send. And here's another picture of the rabbit and cards. Okay. "Off with her head!" the queen shouted at the top of her voice. Nobody moved. "Who cares for you?" said Alice. She had grown to her full size by this time. "You're nothing but a pack of cards." At this time the whole pack rose up into the air and came flying down upon her. She gave a little scream, half of fright and half of anger, and tried to beat them off, and found herself lying on the bank with her head in the lap of her sister, who was generally brushing away some dead leaves that had fluttered down from the trees upon her face. So she was dreaming. "Wake up, Alice dear," said her sister. "Why, what a long sleep you've had." "Oh, I've had such a curious dream," said Alice, and she told her sister, as well as she could remember them, all these strange adventures of hers that you have just been reading about. And when she had finished, her sister kissed her and said, "It was a curious dream, dear, certainly, but now run in to your tea. It's getting late." So Alice got up and ran off, thinking while she ran, as well she might, what a wonderful dream it had been. But her sister sat still as she left her, leaning her, follow the white rabbit. Follow the white rabbit. Okay, well, that seems like it might be a clue because we know who the white rabbit is. That's our guy, our Edgar. Does it mean we have to go in some... Follow the white rabbit. Does it mean we have to advance a certain number? Like... I don't know how that helps us. Follow the white rabbit. We're told that Edgar is the white rabbit. Well, I'm trying to attack the ones I know how to attack. So we need numbers for... We found Heidi's number, but we still need a number for Cynthia and Stan. So how would we find that? Here's Cynthia. What does he say about Cynthia? Her grandchildren, she confuses. Connect the dots. And then Stan had the cat food ad. Here's Cynthia. I love my grandchildren. They get on my nerves. Abe always has a little radio. Country music. What did I do to deserve that? Sally wears gaudy clothes. What happens to fashion of the 50s? Edgar's grandchildren. Vanessa's always singing in the halls. Her voice sounds like my cat. I don't see how we get a number from that. And then Stan had this one. What number would Stan have? Stan Hart question mark. There stands Rome. Stan says to himself, maybe I should talk to Dr. Roberts about this and get her to help me. Gwyneth Roberts was officially let go. St. George's Hospital. I don't know how we get a number from him. Maybe he likes Dr. Roberts, but I don't see how that helps us in any way. Let's look at this again. I think this card connects with another piece of evidence we already have. Each of them had been assigned a number that had to do with the password the mortician wants. The map Roger drew can help point us in the right direction. Boy, does that sound like the line letter thing. Point us in the right direction. That really sounds like my idea. Is there some way we're misreading this line letter idea? Is it possible that we should... Is there one number on each page? This page has two. That's very confusing. I was thinking maybe it doesn't, maybe these numbers are not telling us where to start counting from, but we start counting from the top or the bottom of the page. Then this makes me think that let's just see if we did that. So we go to 8 and we count not from where the 8 is, but from the bottom up. 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 is an X. Boy, that could not be more clearly wrong. T. If everyone gets a unique number, then the only numbers that are left are 2 and 4. So it makes sense that maybe Stan's number. Okay, so we're trying to carve the chicken at its joints. So if everyone's getting a unique number, because we've got 1, 6, 5, 3, 7, 8, that sounds like we've got 8 numbers. If so, then the missing numbers are 2 and 4. So I will note that the Cheshire's cat is always working around his 2 big eyes. So maybe it's stretched to me, but I'm thinking maybe Stan's number is 2. And then that would make Cynthia have to be 4. And Cynthia has 4 grandchildren. So, okay, so I'm going to make a leap of logic here that the missing numbers here are 2 and 4. 4 for Cynthia's 4 grandchildren. Let's fill in their things. Maybe this is an anagram. Doesn't look like it to me, but let's do these missing 2 and see where we stand there. So Stan would be 2, 6, 14. If they have unique numbers, I'm not sure why they should. Now here's another case where it's not even clear what line number this is about, which would make you think maybe it's page referenced. But all right, so if we're going north, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 would be an H. Maybe, depending on where you start. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Or an A. Any of these puzzles where you could make a million mistakes and go in a million different ways get very frustrating very quickly. But what does it mean? It means we must be doing it wrong. Like, this is a perfect example. What the hell? How the hell do you get a line number offset from this? Do you start here? Do you start here? Do you start here? Okay, so that must mean you can't start from where the letter is, where that number is. You can't. It must be you count from that paragraph start. But then here, it's not clear what paragraph it's talking about. Maybe it's the paragraph to the north or the south of the number. Let's try that. That's a lesson. If it's ambiguous, it can't be right. All right, so if we did this, 8. So 8 and then 3, 14. So we want line number 3 from this 8 to the south. So I'm going to take that to mean the paragraph to the south, line 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Letter 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 is a D. How can that? It's so frustrating that this should be the exact same answer I calculated before, and it's not. Okay, 8. Why is it so hard for me to do the simplest things? How do I get down here? 8, 3, 1, 2, 3. 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 is an N. So there's our N. Okay, Sigmund, 7. Honestly, I don't know how I survive this life with the number of mistakes I make. All right, so if we're 7, meaning the paragraphs above the number, which now I'm taking to mean this, north of this is here. Now I'm going to go line 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 19, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 would be an H, which again gives us a non-word, so we can't be doing this right. Let me check Ruth, the one that breaks everything. So if you go to Ruth and she's in the north, that brings you nowhere. All right, let's relax. Let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Jonathan Warner was coming up with some theories that I'm not sure. Does every person in Alice in Wonderland have a nickname? I don't think it works like that. I had a couple other thoughts. First of all, we could be dealing with, and we've been trying to use these numbers to tell us, what page to go to or whatever, but they're so ambiguous about where they are placed. I suppose they're all attached to a paragraph, like this 3 is on the same line as this paragraph. This 5 is on this paragraph. 6. This one does seem to be attached to this paragraph. This 7 is attached to this paragraph, though. This is problematic. So, and then this 4 here. So I had a different thought. What if the numbers are the order that it gets reconstructed and not the page number? So I think what I'm going to do is, let's do some bookkeeping. This is almost like when you can't think of something else productive to do something. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the numbers associated with their rooms. And I wonder if that's not like a reconstruction thing. Let's just try to give ourselves, I think that it's made sense. The missing numbers 2 and 4. To me, those feel right to me that we now have everyone's number. So Joffrey we had as an 8. So he's our 8. Sigmund, where is our Sigmund? Sigmund is a 7. He's the Mad Hatter. I zoom out a little bit so you can see all these. Okay. Stan, he's our scaredy cat. He's 2 for 2 eyes of the cat. Ruth, she's our 3. We're very sure she's the number 3. Heidi, it's her 5th on birthday. Roger, the shipbuilder, we're sure. No, Jeffrey was the shipbuilder. Yeah, he was the 6th. He had 9 medals, 3 were stolen. How many does he have left? 6. Cynthia had 4 grandchildren. And then Domino was a 1 for her 1s. Okay, so one possible way to use these numbers, we were looking these up as a book code, which still makes the most sense to me, especially since there are 8 numbered paragraphs in here. But we're having a very hard time making that work, even though we should be able to. But the other thing is, the game is telling us that we should use this map in some way with this information. So my theory is possibly that when we were decoding these letters, right? When I was decoding these letters, I was seeing if they spell a word, S-H-Y-P-B. They don't. But that's if you arrange them in this order. But maybe we're supposed to arrange them in this order. Or more precisely, what if we follow the White Rabbit, who's Edgar? Are we supposed to go this way or this way? He was going to the bathroom, remember? Well, whatever. So I'm thinking maybe this tells us what order they spell out a word. But, so there's 2 things that could... So, if we're looking to read the words, we've got numbers associated with the people, and then we've got somehow their layout geographically on this map, which the game is really strongly suggesting to us is important. So that gives us another set of numbering, like we could have another informal number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Although it's weird that he's in the middle here. But this could give us a way to reorganize those letters that we find. So what if... Yeah, this is follow the White Rabbit. And he's known as the White Rabbit, but it's very weird that he's not on the edge of one of these. But what if this code here, line 3, letter, maybe, what if these are not used? What if everything is counting from the first? If we did that and we went to 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Then we get a T. The problem with this is how frustrating this is to do the work of this and then try to make sense of it. 4, 5, 19, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That's an I. 6, 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13, 14 would be O. And then the idea that these would be arranged in that order. Joffrey is number 8. I mean, this is just ridiculous. I can't be expected to try every combination of this. It can't be right. Domino is the number 1. What's her thing? $5.22. Line 5. Boy, this should be so simple. It's clearly a book code. It's clearly in this book. We're told what's the line number and what's the letter number. 2, 3, 4, 5. Silly. 1, 2. Our second letter would be Stan. He's 8, 14. I'm pursuing the possibility that their assigned numbers are the order that you rearrange the letters, and that we're not using these numbers, which seems crazy to me, but it's another, wow, really? It's hard to read that. Okay, so Stan is 614. 614. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13, 14 is O. So you see what I'm doing here just for the hell of it. I'm trying to use the book code where we're given the line number and the letter number as always from the first page. And I'm not using their numbers to give me a page number. So the third person with the third number is Ruth. And Ruth is 712. John says, have you tried north meaning start at the north of the top of the page and south meaning start at the bottom of the page? I did try that a little bit. I'm not sure if I tried it enough with enough mistakes. Maybe we'll try that again. Let me pursue this a little bit more, and then maybe we'll try that. I agree, that's a reasonable way to go. But then we'd only be using these numbers to tell us what page to start on, not position, which is pretty bizarre since some pages have 2 numbers on it. Let me just try this for a little bit longer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, which would be an E. Our fourth person is Cynthia, who's at 414. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 is an E. Okay, so clearly this is not spelling anything. All right. Let's try north and south of the page thing. I'm going to start by doing it in this order, under the assumption that the map has to be relevant for something. And maybe this is a word. So it's okay. I'm not going to. It's just frustrating with all the different little pieces of this to do. But let's let me maybe print this out so I can do it, or let me just at least, yeah, let me print this out. Maybe I can print it from here. I'm just gonna go pick this up. Okay. Nicholas says, Paige quite explicitly says to work our way down the list. It's just a matter of working our way down the list. You're right, it does say that. In fact, it even says use it with the Alice book. Okay. John says, if you want, I could peek at the hints. No, don't peek at the hints. Was Ruth's the only hang-up? No, Ruth's wasn't. There were more that were ambiguous, but Ruth is the most obvious one. Hey, I have a question. Trypanophobia. What does trypanophobia mean? Is it possible there's something about her number is wrong? No, it's got to be 3. It's like everything else. All right, so let's look at Ruth. Ruth says, let me write their numbers here. Joffrey is 8. Just trying to, I keep trying to like make the information a little more easy to keep in mind because it's so many different numbers from so many different places. Sigmund is 7. Stan is 2. Ruth is 3. Heidi is our 5. Roger is our 6. Cynthia is our 4. Jessie Lee is our 1. All right. So let's look at Ruth. Line 7, letter 12, number 3. Let's see if we can... Fear of needles, says Nicholas. So that was her needle part. Okay, let's take a look at how to make sense of this. So there's the 3. From this, oh, and let's do our north-south part, which I thought was so clever. So Joffrey is on the south. Sigmund is north. Stan is north. Ruth is south. Sorry, Ruth is north. Heidi is north. Roger is south. Cynthia is south. Jessie Lee is north. Okay. Now, with that information, we find our 3. Here we are. Now, what do we do with this 3? How do we get to... Three north, 7, 12. All right, so if we start at the top of the page and ignore where this 3 is on the page, then that would get us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then 12th letter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 would be a P. Problem is, what do you... So I guess that would be a way to count down if we ignored where this letter number is on the page. All right, let's use this technique and work our way down from the page, as Nicola pointed out. So from south, we're going to count from the bottom of the page where the 8 is. So we're going to go to the 8 page. We're going to say it's south, so we're going to count from the bottom and go up 3 lines, 1, 2, 3, and then go 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, which is an X. Good luck with that. Third line, 14th letter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 is an X. That's if we count from the bottom of the page, the south of the page going up. What if we did the opposite? What if south means you count down this way? 1, 2, 3, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Then you get a T. Okay, now let's try Sigmund. His number is 7. All right. If N means you count from the north of the page, then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 19th letter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, you get an E. But if you think N north means you move northward, from the bottom of the page. Then you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That gets whisper, which doesn't have 19 letters. Okay, so we're gotten rid of that idea. It can only be the N or the S tells you where to start on the page. Okay, our next entry is where the 2 is on this page. 614. So N would be start at the top of the page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 is an A. XEA is our word so far. That does not sound like a word. Let's look at Ruth. Here's Ruth's page. Somehow from this 3, well, we got to stop for a second. This system we're using now has nothing, oh, it does have to do with the map because we're using the north and south. All right, let's try again. Let's look at Ruth. Let's make sense. Ruth has a north from the 3. 7 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's so ridiculous. I think this card connects with another piece of evidence we already have. I remember overhearing the other residents talk when they were in one of their book club meetings about how each of them had been assigned a number that had to do with the password the mortician wants. I didn't hear as much as I would have liked, but that might be enough to figure this out. I feel like the map Roger drew can help point us in the right direction. I'm sure if we go over our notes and evidence, we'll be able to determine everyone's number. Okay, we've solved that. And then it's just a matter of working our way down this list, figuring out how to use it with Alice's book. Let's look at this note she left on the board about the readings. Reading with Miss Tisdale. Each afternoon at 2 p.m. Wow, this has just got to be it, though. It's so ridiculous. This pointing has to be towards their room, which I think gives us north and south. But how the hell do you get 7 lines from this number 3? Surely you don't want us to flip over to this page. Can't be. Can't be. So how do you get 7 lines from this? Unless you go this direction, which is the wrong direction. We tried going on the page and that didn't work. All right, so let's pause for a second. Let's think. Why is this so angering? Why is this so frustrating? Why do I feel like I want to flip the table? It's because there are a million combinations of possible solutions to ways to imagine a solution here. And each of them requires me to do a ton of tedious, error-prone counting in order to figure out if that idea is valid. So I've got a million little numbers. Each one, if we have a theory of how to find it, involves counting little numbers of letters, 19 numbers forward, where it's easy to make a mistake. I can't see if it's wrong or right until I do 5 of them. So each little test to see if this theory is right takes 15 minutes and is error prone. And it's 85 degrees in this room. This is just really frustrating. And I'm not sure how to, maybe the solution is to go to hints earlier. I mean, in all fairness, this had a harder ranking, but I just find it very, I don't mind it being hard. I mind that I'm having to do a million little tests on different approaches. And each one is so error prone and takes so much work. It's just, especially when it should be so obvious. It's a book code. We're told line and letter. We know their numbers. It's confirmed that we're using this book to look it up. If we leave Ruth out of it for a second and we count in this order, south from this 8, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That would be our N. Next is from the number 7. Go north. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 19, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, S. So already we don't have a word. Follow the white rabbit. Let me just see if I can even do this. Maybe these letters are going in a different order. So number 2. I mean, what on earth? What on earth are we supposed to do? How do we count from this 2? How on earth are we supposed to count from this 2? North or south? Just ridiculous. It can't be. It can't be that we're supposed to count from that 2. It just can't be. Because it's so ambiguous. Let's use that reasoning. If it's ambiguous, it can't. We must be on the wrong trail. Let's reread what she says about the answer to her thing. She says, if it's true, what is the passphrase they all use? They told it to me because they trusted me as a friend. What is the passphrase they use? So it's a passphrase. It's not even it's like a multiple words. Is it possible this is 2 different puzzles? That this is not for the solving of the passphrase? No, surely it is. This connects with another piece of evidence we have. He says, I feel like the map Roger drew can help us point us in the right direction. How to use it with Alice's book. Um, were we not told to open another envelope? Seems like maybe we should have been opening an envelope. We have two big envelopes we haven't opened yet. What's going on with this case? I wouldn't mind if it wasn't so hot in here. All right, let's think. It's very strange that it hasn't instructed us to open this envelope yet. It feels right. The map, the way we use the map is we find north and south. Let's go to the web page and make sure there's no correction thing or something. How about files? Gonna go and make sure down the rabbit hole doesn't have any contents list. Envelope 1, do not open. Envelope 2, do not open. All right, well, we're not trying not to look at those things. I'm not looking at envelope 1 and 2. I'm just looking, make sure we have everything else, but we do. So the north and the south feels right. That's a use of the map. Why should we work our way down the list? John says, seems like we aren't going to finish in a single session. Should we call it for the night? Not sure when we pick it back up, though. Yeah, I don't know either. I'm angry at this game, so I think I'm going to be stuck here for another hour working on this. But you guys feel free to leave. I don't want you to suffer like I'm suffering. Once we get everyone's number, it's a way of working our way down the list and figuring out how to use it with Alice's book. Yes, that is the problem. How do we use it with Alice's book with this ridiculous numbers on the middle of pages? What does it mean? Let's think about this for a second. Look at that 4 there. Look at how ambiguous it is about what that 4 is connected to in terms of line numbers. What does that tell us? What can we infer from that? There has to be some conclusion to that, how ambiguous that is, what line that talks about. Like, is that the first line? Is it the last line? Is it some of them? Some of them only touch one, some of them touch all of them. What does that tell us? Doesn't it tell us that most of them... Wow, look at that. I mean, is that touching the top of this first line? Almost all of them, there's a line that touches the top, but not here. It's not clear if it's this line or this line. And you might guess that it's just the page number, but then we've got this example where we've got 2 numbers on one page. 2 numbers on one page. One, two, where's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's only 6 pages, so it can't be referring to the actual page number. It has to be referring to these numbers. We think it's going to be the passphrase, I guess. I'm not even sure about that. I'm not even sure we're working on the right puzzle. Let's stop for a second. Is it possible? We've been working under the assumption that we have one puzzle left that we know about, which is Rebecca telling us that they told me the passphrase they use because they trusted me. Do they trust you as well? What's the passphrase? And we've been thinking that we have to decode this book to get the passphrase. Is it possible that we don't have enough to solve the book puzzle yet? That we don't have enough to solve this puzzle yet? But this puzzle is separate, unrelated to the book. And we should be asking, what's Do we have another way of knowing what the passphrase was? Do any of them mention anything in common? Is it possible that something told us to get more clues? Open one of the envelopes and we didn't? What's medicine unlock? Why are these still open? When we opened the bed, it didn't tell us to get anything out, did it? It's all closed. Okay. Take it easy, Jesse. This was the one that was pillow. All we find is a note. All right, let me just save copy. Password protected. Well, Nicholas says, there are 8 people and 8 numbers in the book. They must be related. Could we focus on the 4 for a minute? Line letter should be 414, and the paragraph associated with 4 has all very short lines. All right, well, I like your thinking. So Nicholas is saying, let's just try to do one that's easy. It's like looking at the Ruth one. Look at the ones that admit only a narrow range of solutions. Okay, so here's the 4. And who is our 4? Our 4 is Cynthia. Should be line 4, letter 14. Okay, this was a smart idea to come here. Okay, so Cynthia is a south 414. So south. So you can't count up 4 from the bottom of the page, but you could go south from the top of the page, 1, 2, 3, 4, and go 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and get a T. In fact, that's the only line on the entire page that has 14 letters. So if we do that for the 414 for Cynthia, so that would be counting from the top of the page down, not including the header, but should we include the header? Line 4, 14, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. If you counted this one, which surely you shouldn't, right? If you did, though, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. If you did that, you'd get a U. And the reason we're counting from the top of the page is because that's the only way to use the 14th letter in after we go to the 4th line. So that would mean if we use that logic, that Jeffrey, our first entry, should be go to the page with the 8 on it. Go to the top, count to the third line, and go 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's a T. And this is stuff, feels like we already did all this. Our next one is page 7. This is a north, so we start at the bottom of the page and count up 5 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we get to 19 and we can't do it. So here was the problem with that strategy. If we use that strategy, that tells us the only way to get to 414 on this page would be to count down from the top of the page. If you try to use that strategy here on Sigmund's page, you end up here going 5 lines up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you're supposed to count in 19 letters in from there, and that can't be done. Go back to the 414. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. It doesn't make sense that it's from the top of the page. And well, if it is from the top of the page in all counts, which I tried already, I forgot why it didn't work, but I did try that, I believe. But if so, then this has no use. But we could try that. If that's our 414, if we start at the top of the page here, then we can try again, page 8, 3, 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Why did I count 18? I don't know, because my brain's shutting down. 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 is a T. The next one, we go to our 7. Count from the top of the page, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go to 19. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That would give us an E. Next person's number is a 2. And that, look at this, millions of things open. Why does it do that? They're all closed and now there's a million files open. Why would that be? All right, just relax. Trying to read what this number is. San is a 6. It's like everything. Let's just make everything as painful as possible. All right, page 26. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 is an A. TEA, well, that's promising. Okay, next number is on the 3. 7, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12 is an... It's going to be teapots. I think we've got it. TEAP. Oh, it can't be teapots. All right, let's keep going. 5, Heidi Moore. So start at the top of the page, go 19 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 14 in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 is an A. TEAPA. Well, it's looking a little bit better. Okay. Where are we now? Down here. On a 6. 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13th letter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Tea party. Oh boy. Okay, well. All right, well, congratulations to Nicola for persisting on having us do it from the top of the page. We tried that a number of times. Now, then what does it have to do with the map and count and the map direction? Nothing? Absolutely nothing? How can that be, that the map direction has no importance? Nicholas said, did we use the map to assign some numbers? No, we did not. No, we did not. We didn't use the map at all. That's very confusing. All right, well, we found the phrase. Maybe it's going to make more sense later. Time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Why do humans play games? Why do we do this? I guess there are a bunch of reasons, but one is to learn lessons, right? Why do animals play? Why is evolution built in such a strong primitive need to play, to experiment, to test limits? A big part of it, I mean, obviously play, you learn while playing. You learn limits and you learn to make mistakes safely. This is a huge sort of conceptual problem in learning, is how do you learn without getting yourself killed if you're an animal in the wild? You need to experiment, you need to try things, but you have to learn what your limits are, as Clint Eastwood famously said about a man needing to know his limitations. And one of the lessons that we learn over and over again here, lessons are not easy to learn, but they're hard fought. But there were a couple of things that we flirted with here, but we came back to. And one of the ways that this puzzle got solved was that Nicola in the channel said something very clever. And it's worth, even though we're short on time, it's worth dwelling on for a minute. He said, look at, of all these things, of all these entries, he said, can you go to this one? Can we go back to this one? 4:14. And his reasoning was the clue tells us what line numbers and letter numbers. This was a line 4, letter 14, and he said, look, these lines are so short that we really have very little choices here. And it almost certainly has to be counting down from, well, I suppose you could count up. But the point is, this was proof that this location of this 4 could not be where we started counting from. Because whether you start here or here, whatever, you don't get to up into here. So that was Nicholas' smart decision to carve the chicken, that this was the weakest joint, this page, really is what told us, okay, we have to be counting from the top of the page, not from the bottom of the page. Of course, we still thought maybe some pages you count from the bottom, some from the top, but this really nailed the coffin in the idea that the position of this number was relevant. And once we got that and we were counting down from the top, then it seemed logical to try that on all the pages, and we found it. But some good lessons there. The lesson I always take from these streams is basically don't give up, but we had some hints that probably the position of the numbers weren't relevant. We should have stuck to that more. Okay, let's put the answer to this in. Give this... I was going to call her a bad word for making us go through this, but I'm always risking getting canceled on this channel if I'm not careful. Actually, you can't cancel me because I got nothing to steal. It's just like Chris Christopherson said, and Janis Joplin paraphrased, freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. And you can't cancel my YouTube. I got nothing. There's nothing to take away from me. All right, so the point is, let us solve this puzzle. And whose puzzle was it? It was that person, the mortician substitute, who gave us this puzzle to figure out. And there she is, the troublemaker. We'll just call her a troublemaker. But she's actually a good person, right? She's not a suspect. And she's doing her best to protect the residents. Okay, so Rebecca Tisdale. What's the passphrase? We think we know it now. It's Tea Party. Let's put it in. Okay, and remember, she's going to let us into the morgue now. Tea Party, all one word. Whoops, sorry. All one word, no spaces. All right. What have we got? We got a nice long thing here. After successfully giving Rebecca the passphrase that the residents of Abernathy shared, she agrees to allow you and Edgar to investigate the morgue. Your hope is that you can prove to Edgar that the bodies of his neighbors are here, and then put his case to rest. As Rebecca opens the cold locker for Heidi, you see that the woman is indeed dead. Since it's not my actual job, I haven't checked any of these bodies, Rebecca says. I was just told that they died in the middle of the night. Rebecca steps back as you examine Heidi's body. There are no obvious signs of foul play, but something does catch your eye. The dead woman's fingernails are cracked at the ends, and some of the skin on her fingertips is raw and scraped. It looks like she might have been trying to pry something open, like a door? Strange. Rebecca moves to open the cold lockers for Roger and Joffrey, but to everyone's surprise, they are empty. Where are the bodies? I don't understand this, Rebecca says as she fumbles through her clipboard containing the sign-in sheet. There's no signature here for the bodies, no check-in times either. This doesn't make sense. How did Heidi's body get here, but Roger and Joffrey's didn't? I think we need to call the police. Hold on, Edgar says. Give the kid and I here a chance to solve this case before we raise all of the alarms. We might be able to find out more if we don't alert the cavalry just yet. If their bodies aren't here in the morgue, and maybe they're still alive, maybe somewhere in Abernathy. Rebecca takes a deep breath, her eyes full of panic. I'll give you a few hours. That's all I can do. After that, I have to report it. If they're still alive, maybe they wandered off to search for Heidi. I would hate to involve the police for missing seniors inside of a retirement community, but I will call them if you don't find out something soon. Edgar nods and pats you on the shoulder. We understand. And thank you. We'll get this case solved. Don't worry. He pulls you close and whispers in your ear. I'm gonna do a bit more snooping around, see what else I can find around Abernathy. You stay here and investigate a bit more, just in case we miss something. I'll meet you in the rec room. With that, Edgar leaves the morgue. You decide to search Heidi's personal belongings in the hope you can find a connection between her and what might have happened to her, Roger, and Joffrey. You find nothing of consequence but a small scrap of paper that was crumpled up in the pocket of her cardigan. And the paper says, I know why she killed her. Rebecca doesn't seem to notice the note you found, and you decide to keep the information to yourself. You realize Heidi had been onto something, but what exactly? As much as you had wanted to tie up the case with a pretty bow, by this point you realize something is gravely wrong with this situation. Edgar was right to investigate. You thank Rebecca for her time and decide to take the case more seriously as you venture to the rec room to meet up with Edgar. You may now open envelope 1. I know why she killed her. Okay. Well, if our suspect list is real, then it would have to be a woman. There aren't that many choices here. But okay, let's see. Got a lot of evidence here. It took a while. It took a long time to open up that envelope 1. Let's see if it's any use to us. All right, so we've been playing these Deadbolt games trying not to destroy anything, so we could pass it along. It looks like this is not going to come off without a fight. All right, there's a lot of extra stuff in here. There's actually quite a bit of extra stuff. Wow, more suspects, I guess. This is an impressive amount of little content for this game. All right, we're gonna have to. We're gonna keep going, but I don't see how we're gonna finish this case tonight. Okay, so we've got let's take a look at what we've got. We've got a quilted pattern with different shapes and letters. We've got Edgar again. I guess this is when we want to talk to him again. He's got his own puzzle. Then we've got Gwyneth Roberts' office. She's got a puzzle. The janitor closet. It has a puzzle for its code word. We've got bingo sheets. Remember, our community corkboard has bingo on it. We've got the shuffleboard where they hang out and play. The triangles Euclidate. Okay. And here's Domino left us a code. Now, what have we got here? It looks like we've got dashes and dots. Although, we've actually got 3 different symbols here. We've got a long one with no dots, one with a dot, and then we've got long ones with 2 dots. Sure looks like Morse code, though. I just don't know what to make of the fact that there are 3 symbols here. Like, you might guess that was a dot, this is a dash, and then what the hell is this? Maybe these are dashes. Dash, dot, dash, dash, and then dot, dot. Is this 3 dots? I don't see any other cases where 2 singletons are in a row. But then what would you... I guess maybe dot, dot, space, dot, dot, dot. I don't know. It's hard, a little confusing. And then we've got some envelopes with more suspects information. So we can talk to Clint Newsom. We can talk to Gwyneth Roberts, the one that got arrested. We can talk to Harold Still, Employee of the Month. We can talk to Brandy Lewis. It looks like she's going to give us an attitude. And we can talk to Esther Willow. Okay. And I wonder if we're done with all the evidence in part one. I wonder if we could just put it all away. Is it over with? Is there anything we didn't make use of? Probably we need the map still. But I'm not sure if we need anything else. And the community board we'll need. All right, let's just try to organize everything a little bit better. Most of the stuff we won't need, so we'll put it out of the way. All right. Well, let's see what we can attack here. We can certainly read these. Let's look at these again and see if we can get sort of group them, categorize them a little bit. Let me go to this screen. Okay, so this looks like our Morse code. Looks like it'll take us a little bit of time to decode that. What do we make of this? Shuffle, shuffle. This looks a little bit painful. Okay, well, bingo. A whole bunch of numbers. We've got colors associated with each thing, but I'm not sure how that helps us. Do these numbers look like they're related to these numbers? Some of these look like what? Most of these are numbers, but then some of these are T's. Is that a T or is that something else that I'm not understanding? Why are there mostly numbers but some T's? Or is that a 7? Do you think that's a 7, not a T? 57? 72? What do you read this as? 27 and 72? Is that how you're reading that? And then here it's just a 7 by itself, or is everything a number except those? Except those. Is it if these are related, let's see. 71, 74, 75, if those are 7s. 71, 74. Yeah, I think those are 7s, and I think these things are tied together. But I'm not sure how. No actual puzzles for those, though. Janitor closet needs a password. There's something weird about this, too. Why is there this at the bottom? Well, it's Clint Newsom's closet. Maybe he can tell us. Gwyneth, we don't know what to do with that. All right, let's start by talking to Roger. I don't see any talk in the chat. I think the chat broke. The audience broke down at some point. Okay. Now that you believe me about something strange going on, it's time for us to take a closer look at the suspects you found. I think you should go have a talk with each of them. You never know what people will let slip in casual conversation. I also think it would be a good idea to talk with some of the residents that are here in the rec room. While you were finishing up in the morgue, I went around and spoke with a few of them. Domino was trying to tell me something, but I didn't get her meaning. Maybe you can try to talking with her. Sigmund wanted to play bingo, but kept muttering things about shuffleboard and saying, I know who it isn't, but I won't tell. The triangles will, though. Why talk about shuffleboard if you want to play bingo? Speaking of shuffleboard, it looks like someone vandalized the playing area. I bet it was Sigmund. That guy's always messing around with paint and such. Can't figure out why, but my detective instincts are telling me that even though Sigmund is as mad as a hatter, he knows things. On a side note, Ruth was sitting in the corner working on a quilt. She said she messed it up and had to take the whole thing apart and put it back together the right way. And while you talk to your suspects and I keep everyone busy, I'll try to jimmy my way into Heidi's quarters and see what I can find in there. Come check in with me once you've figured out who our perpetrator is. Give the initials of the suspects you have eliminated in alphabetical order based on first names. Do not attempt this until you have eliminated 4 suspects using the evidence you have. Okay, so we're going to use all this information. We're going to eliminate 4 suspects to find the guilty one. Then we're going to go to him and he's going to have us open the last envelope. Okay, so we don't need to do this until we've eliminated our 4 suspects. The game confirmed that these 2 go together, and probably, if I had to guess, I'd guess this is another coloring thing here. Like B-I-N-G-O. And here are the colors. Yellow, red, green, blue, white. I'm guessing if we color in these numbers based on where they are, like this 9 here, the 9s are always in this B column. So this 9 would get colored with the blue of the B. And we've seen this before. Once these are colored in, it's like a color by numbers. Something is going to get spelled out. Someone's initials are going to get spelled out, and this is going to eliminate a suspect. It's a lot of busy work to eliminate a suspect, but I don't see any other alternative to it. So let me just, before we work on it, let me see if I can't get a screenshot of this to print out. Okay, so that's just about a bit of busy work to get rid of a suspect, and probably Domino is going to give us the same thing. Okay, can you tell me anything about my suspects? Look what this is going to be. This is going to be YES. So this is our first way to confirm that we know how to decode Morse code. That's pretty nice. So let's just take a look at here. So what this is going to be Y, and if we look here, Y is dash, dot, dash, dash. Yes, and then this one's going to be our E, which is dot. And then here, this is going to confirm this is going to be our S, which is dot, dot, dot. Okay, so it's exactly as you thought, exactly as you would expect. All right, so we've got 2 pages of this. This is, again, just a little bit of busy work. But let's see if I can print these out and do them in short order. This would be a case where actually using a website might be the way to go. Let's just take a picture of this. And then this side too. What happened? All right, well, we could use an app to type this in and have it convert for us. Let's do that in a bit. Let's keep working on this stuff first, though. Let's talk to our witnesses. Take a moment, take a breath here. Clinton Newsom, the janitor. Yeah, I'm the janitor here. Why? You have a spill that needs to be cleaned up? Geez, the people in this place never run out of accidents. I admit I can get kind of annoyed with some of the characters around here. I have no appreciation for what they have. A lot of these guys and gals have more material things than I do, but they just leave them lying around. Should be a lost and found for all the valuables I've retrieved around this place, but there's not, because nobody cares to claim any of them. These old folks also act like rules don't apply to them. Some of them, for example, like to sneak out in the middle of the night and make late-night runs to the ice cream shop. Take Stan, for instance. He snuck out of here last night shortly before 10. Think he might have had a hot date. How does he have any kind of date? I'm not getting any dates. Anyways, I have important work to do. Oh, I know you don't consider what I do important because I'm not solving murders or vanishings or thefts, but it's important work nonetheless. I have things like spills to clean up, maintenance paperwork to file, and an office to organize. Thanks for the chat. Well, he told us about Stan having a girlfriend or boyfriend. That's going to be this, but I don't see how that helps us, and doesn't get us any closer to knowing how to get into his closet. I'm not sure. I don't see anything on his person that would tell us what code he used. Maybe something else will give us a clue in here. Okay, let's talk to Gwyneth. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about Roger and Joffrey. They were always so friendly with one another and competitive. They're always in the rec room playing shuffleboard. They would curse at one another, but it was all in fun. I came here to help people when I worked at the hospital before. When I worked at the hospital before this, my heart broke every day when I saw that many of the patients that crossed my path were not able to afford their medical procedures. Life-saving medical procedures, mind you, and the insurance companies didn't make things any better. They are constantly ducking and dodging any and all medical charges, even if it means the difference between life and death. I watched many die under that greedy bureaucratic structure. Now I help those around Abernathy, and it feels good. I feel a special connection with the people here. I'm able to help, for once, without going home wondering if I could have done something more. Okay, so she just seems like a nice person. Okay, here's Harold Still, Employee of the Month. Let's see what he says. I always seem to be getting grilled about something around here. I wish everyone would just get off my back. I know working in a retirement home is going to make it hard to avoid getting yelled at. Old people can be ornery, and Abernathy is never short on things to complaining about. But it still makes my job irritating at times. Take Ruth, for instance. Her photo should be in the dictionary under the word difficult. That one is always complaining about the way I do everything. I try to just show everyone I care about them, but they all seem to misinterpret my motives. Yeah, I'm here for a paycheck, but I'm also here because I care. If I seem stern at times, it's because I know what's best. I mean, even some of the staff around here don't seem to know what they're doing. Dr. Gwyneth, for example, she works real hard around here, but bless her heart, she can be a bit scatterbrained. The other day, she locked herself out of her office, and instead of calling to the janitor to help come let her in, she went and grabbed a pamphlet from the front desk, muttering something about last 4 digits. Why? Anyway, I have work to do. I'm pretty sure Ruth is going to complain about the catered meals again today. Hopefully, contract workers can get back to work fixing up the kitchen soon. Okay, so Gwyneth was talking about the last 4 digits of the Abernathy pamphlet, which you remember are prominently here, 7765. And I think there's Gwyneth's office. So I think her password to her office is 7765. Let's just try that. Half the puzzles in this game are like trivial and the other half are painful. Okay, let's open this up. Gwyneth's office. Here we go. 7765. Is it really going to be that simple? Yes. Gwyneth's office is the definition of tidy. Knowing you don't have long to snoop, you make a quick search of all the drawers and cabinets but turn up nothing. Just as you're about to leave, some paperwork sitting on the corner of Gwyneth's desk catches your eye. Community Service Department. Harold, I don't think there will be a problem with you taking some time off for the community project you mentioned. Just bring in some paperwork to prove where you were and we'll count it towards your PTO. Gwyneth. So she finished her community service, it looks like. Or she's scheduling it. Congratulations, thank you for all your hard work, Brenda McLean. And then here's a note from her to Harold. PTO sounds like time off, something time off. I don't see, this is a weird thing. But I do know, okay, I see now. So this is not for her. This is actually a note from Mr. Still. So it's about this guy. He's gone to her. He's gone to her for time off to work on a project, bring in some paperwork to prove where you were. I see, he's got his alibi. There it is. So he's brought her proof that he was doing community service. Down at the bottom, you see, February 5th and March 5th. So he's got his alibi. So Harold Still, we've got an alibi for him. So he's one of our 5 paid time off, PTO, paid time off. So he just gave us his clean alibi. So that's one suspect eliminated, and even better, a whole bunch of evidence that we've used and won't need to find additional use for. Good. Okay. So we can put that away. Next up. So, in the channel, Nicola was saying, are these special symbols correspond to numbers? So if we look at the keyboard, in fact, I've got a keyboard right in front of me. We can look at it this way. So we've got an asterisk, %. So 8, 5, 2 is the at. Sorry. 8, 5, 2, 3. 8, 5, 2, 3. 8, 5, 2, 3. So he's written down this to help him remember it. Okay, I think that's going to be it, and I think it's going to prove he's innocent. Let's find out. And the chat was just saying exactly that. Okay. So, okay. 8, 5. Oops, sorry. 8, 5, 2, 3. No. That's got to be it, though. Let's see, did I write it down wrong? 8, 5, 2, 3. Surely that's right. Oh, it doesn't have to be in that order. Although it sounds like he wrote the order. 8, 5, 2, 3. What are we misunderstanding? Is there some other piece of this that we haven't thought out? No caps, no spaces. 8, 5, 2, 3. Surely that's it. All right, well, so that failed to work. Maybe I'm doing something wrong, but let's just put it off for now. Let's keep working. Let's talk to Esther. Your grandfather's a good guy. He always telling stories to whoever will listen. He told me he solved a particularly gruesome murder once. I found the story fascinating. Oh, everyone acts as if death is not a normal part of this life, as if death is just there to end our quest for temporal gain. It is so much more than that. Death is a merciful hand, ready to comfort us as we move to the next realm. I've always hated that death is often portrayed as cold and uninviting. Death is comforting, a warm blanket, if I may draw upon an overused metaphor. I am here as Abernathy's nurse to help others sort through the chaos leading to death. I mean, in some way, we're all mad, aren't we? Is any one of us really completely sane, able to say we can see the forest for the trees in every situation? No. So we must work through that madness to get to the end of the path we choose. The only question you must really ask yourself in every situation is this. Do you seek enlightenment or do you seek glory? The road to enlightenment will bring the both of you a very fulfilling destiny, graced with clearer view of this life and the life beyond. However, if you seek glory, your treasure will be vaporous, temporary, pointless in view of the eternal end. Will your madness be the end of you, or will you be able to work through it to find what you're truly looking for? That sounds like it was a description of us trying to solve that puzzle and the madness that it created. Esther has a philosophical bent to her. Now, Brandy Lewis. The one with the attitude. Yeah, I worked here a few months now. This place is filled with mostly good people. Edgar's a good guy, too. That Sigmund Hatter guy's a trip. Keeps disappearing, sometimes for days. And he just pops back up somewhere in the facility. I don't know about him. Seems harmless, but you never know. Anyway, job doesn't really pay much. In fact, I've had a hard time covering my bills lately. Living in Valley Falls can be expensive when you don't even make enough to eat out once a week. Been relying on these catered meals they keep bringing in, trying to think of other ways to make some extra cash, but there's not much around here, unless you want to go work fast food, which I don't. No offense to the fast food employees, but that's just not my thing. I hate to hear about the deaths of your grandfather's friends. I didn't know the three of them too well. The woman, Heidi, always stuck out to me, though. She seemed too preoccupied by whatever was rolling around in her own head to have any kind of small talk. She was a bit obsessive about her daughter's death, but that happened a couple years ago. You have to move on, you know? Well, that was mentioned in her birthday card. Wow, that didn't give us much to go on. Okay, and then this interesting one was... he told us about. He said he talked to Ruth working on her quilt. She said she has to tear it up and put it back together the right way. So what do you how do you think this works? If I had to guess, what I would guess is that if you cut all these squares about, you could arrange them so that all the sides matched symbols. So that, like, for example, this one had a star to its left, a triangle to its right. Although it's not clear what the edge would be. Would it be wrapping around, or... What is this one? Why does this one have one weird symbol here? There would have to be a matching one on its left. There's the matching one there. And that's the only one for that. Okay, so this is a little constraint satisfaction rearranging. Looks like you might benefit from having scissors to cut that out. If we get a picture of that printed out, we can do that. Okay. Wow, this one's, oh look, it's scored. It's pre-scored. You can't see it really, but it's pre-scored. That's to give you a little hint. Can you see that it's kind of scored? Maybe it's easier to see on this side. This side wants to bend, but it's also scored this way, so it's ready to be cut up. Okay. So, what have we got? We've got one puzzle, 2, 3. So there's we've got one eliminated suspect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would actually be 5 eliminated suspects if each of them had a thing. So probably not, since we should only be able to eliminate 4 people total, and we've already eliminated 1. It's weird that we don't know how to do this. Okay, when we line this one up, however, there's no code to put in. Same thing with this one, no code to put in. But I guess we don't need codes. We just need the names of the people that get eliminated. Okay, well, let's do this one first, since this one doesn't require any cutting up, and we can use an app to do our Morse code. So let's go to a Morse code site. Morse code translator. Let's see what we got. We'll go in both directions. Let's see. Yes, it will. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. Or why is it showing roofers? Okay, it's just the ads. All right, let's do it this way so you can see. Okay, so just as our proof of concept, dash, dot, dash, dash, and then dot, and then dot, dot, dot. Yes, okay. All right, here we go. Dot, dash, dot, 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 dash, dot, 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 dash. Yes, last. Okay. Next line is dash, dot, 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 dash, dash, dot, 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 dot. Okay. Dash. I can see this is going to be easy to lose my place and hard to see. LASTNIGNI. Oh boy. I can just see. Why is it always so hard? AST. Okay, Nicholas says you can use slash to separate words. All right, let's try. I don't know what that symbol is supposed to mean. Okay, let's see. Yes, last night, 9:58, half hour. Brandy sold drugs outside window. Okay, last night, 9:58, for a half hour, Brandy sold drugs outside the window. Well, let's screenshot that. Assuming I translated it all correctly, reasonably correctly. Brandy sold drugs outside the window, but if we don't have a time of death, how is that our alibi? It sounds like it's trying to give us an alibi for her, that she's dealing drugs. But I believe that's supposed to be an alibi. Do we know when they went disappearing? When they went missing? Around 10 p.m. they were last seen. Okay, so I guess that's an alibi. So Brandy, alibi, doing drugs at the time of their disappearance. All right, let's mark that as used. That's Brandy being given her alibi. If this was a cold case game, we might question whether that's really an alibi, but this game feels like that's what it's made to do. All right. Now, this is Esther is the one that I'm suspicious of because of her philosophical take on death. Comforting as a warm blanket. That makes me think this is tied to this. Janitor's closet. What are we misunderstanding about this? There's a crack. Sure seems like these should be standard numbers. Might it depend on your keyboard? Can anyone check their keyboard and see if they get different? I mean, surely not. Surely it's standardized on American keyboards, and this is an American company. Who is the person who talked about him? Well, we could work on the other ones, but they're not. There's nothing to look up. He's the one that you can look up something. What's his deal? He's a janitor. Hazel, red hair, 5'11". In the intro letter that talked about everyone, what about it? I suppose maybe if he's the bad guy, maybe this puzzle's not ready to be solved yet. Like maybe it won't be ready to be solved. It sure looks like it is. All right, well, let's put it away. Let's take our little break now. I'll get these printed out so we can work on them on a piece of paper that we can write on. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, still dark out, 5 a.m. here. I've printed out stuff. I've got some colored markers for us to use. Let's do this one first. This is the quilt that Ruth was working on with symbols that needs to be rearranged. So I think this is just going to be about, probably it's going to be still arranged in a 4x4 grid and such that the symbols match. Let's just turn everything right side up. Let me make sure for the letters that don't look the same way, right side up. There's actually a bunch of letters that look the same way. I wonder if that's by design. Okay, let's get our, there was that one dot. Okay, so we know these have to go like this. Okay. What's not clear is edges, whether edges wrap around. But let me get all my letters that can only go one way, and then I'll worry about fixing the others. So these can only go right side up. But then we've got these that when I cut out may have flopped around. Let's see if we can look at the original. The S is like this. And like this. The N is like this. The H is like this. This N is like this. The O is upside down. Okay. So let's just keep these right side up. All right. What's the best way to attack this? Any other rare symbols? Well, lightning on the right. It looks like this is the only other lightning on the right. Okay, what about stop symbol on the left? Looks like that's the only stop symbol on the left. Lightning on the left, there's two candidates here. But if it's a 4x4, then we're done. But if it's a 4x4, this could still go here and this could come off. It's kind of confusing. All right, star at the top, there's only one candidate. Chevron at the top, there's only one candidate. And we've already got a problem here. Except if this isn't here, then this does go there. Okay. Then there's nothing with a heart at the top with a lightning, so maybe interesting. There's another rare one. What's this? Badge. Badge has to be above this. That's the only one that exists. So then no, yeah, there's a badge to the left and right. That's pretty rare. Let's put those together. Boy, this must make for a compelling stream to watch, I'll tell you. Okay. Chevron. If there's a chevron below, it's got to be there. Heart and circle. Heart and circle. It's going to spell something, right? So maybe circle to the left and heart above. There's nothing? The edges are what complicate things, because edges don't have to match. But I don't see anything with circle to the left and heart above. So what does that tell us? That this can't be here. That means this must be the bottom row. Is that right? Okay. And then stop sign below could be a couple things. But if this is the bottom, then we need something with a lightning that. Then we would need triangle left and above, which we don't have. Why? This feels like this should not be this hard. How about... This has to be this. There's nothing else for it to be than this. This is the only lightning like this. This has to be like this. This could be down there. Triangle star, that would make sense there. But then we're stuck for nothing that could go here. This has to be here. This doesn't have to be here. This could be anywhere. These must be here, but the rest of these could be anywhere. It's a 4x4. VEO. We should be looking for people's names. Willow would be one. Okay, well, it's starting to fill out. This is definitely spelling something here. There's no lightning on the right. So that's gotta be the edge. But if that's the edge, it doesn't work. It's possible that some of these letters that are reversible are reversed. I would hope not, but certainly possible. Triangle, triangle doesn't go there. There's no triangle, triangle. These must be. Question is, do you think, one question is, does it stay a 4x4 quilt? The second question is, does it do any of these? I guess the O can't invert because then the lightning would be wrong. So it has to be just that I'm being stupid. Okay. See, these are off camera, huh? Let's move everything up a bit then. There's certain symbols that are rare enough that they must be. So these must be like this. These must be, this must be, this must be. This must be. What else do we have that's rare? The chevrons are pretty rare. So this is either here or this is here and this is at the top. But then it's lightning and heart, which we don't have. That's how we got away from that the first time. But if that's the case, then this must be at the top. No, this could be here. This sure seems like this is here. Then this would be here. But that doesn't work because there's no double triangle. So feels like I'm being off. Feels like this is taking far longer than it should. Love makes sense. Love. That's got to be the bottom. All right, should not have taken that long. What does it say? Gwen loves her Stan. Okay, so we found, I don't know if there's anyone here anymore, but we found out who Stan is messing around with. Gwyneth and Stan. Boy, that's an odd pairing. Does that seem possible? That that's a romantic pair? We need to be keeping track of who has alibis. Brandy is dealing drugs. She has an alibi. And then we also had an alibi for Harold Still doing community service. And then I think what we're told is that Stan was disappeared during the murder, and I think that means Gwyneth was with him. I might be jumping to conclusions, but I believe that's her alibi. Although I don't understand how those two are a couple. But let me just take a screenshot of this in case we need it. Gwen loves her Stan. Okay. Nicholas says, I have to go. We'll catch up later. Okay, that's it. This game, I'm going to be on my own for the ending of it. And it's going to be hard without Nicola, but that's okay. I understand. Thanks for helping so much while you could. Let's see if we can get this done. All right. Well, that took some time, but I believe we've got an alibi for Gwyneth. So we just need one more alibi. I believe. If we could get into the closet, that would be one thing, but we'd have this now, coloring things. So I printed out. Let's see if we can do this. All right, so we don't need these pieces because we're going to use this instead. Might need a few versions of it. And I've got my colored markers. So what do we got here? Yellow, red, green, blue, and white. We don't have a white, so we'll use a black for that. Let's see if that works. All right, so the way I think this works is that the way I think this is going to work is that, well, no, now I'm not sure. Now, hold on a second. We've got two sets of colors now. We've got a blue bee, but then it's pinned up with a yellow. And it's also got a background color. That's a little confusing. But if I had to guess, I would guess it doesn't matter. So let me just try this. I think the bees are going to be blue. That's going to be confusing, isn't it? What if we use the pin color? All right, so I think the bees are going to be yellow. If I use this pin color as it bees. So I think all the bees are going to be yellow is my guess, including this one. So I think these are all yellows, 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 yellows. This is my guess of how this is going to work. So every time we see a 3 in here, like here, that's a yellow. I don't see any of the 3s. How about 8s? This is my guess how this is going to work. It may turn out to be infeasible. But we'll have to worry about that after our first easy shot. There's a yellow 12. Any 5s? 9s. There's a yellow 9. Be easier with stickers. That looks like a 5 there. Is that a 5? What is that? Is that a 6? Okay, still yellows. Then we've got this mysterious thing that may be a 7. We'll skip the ones that aren't easy to find. Any 8s? 5s? 3s? We already got 9s. Already got 1. There's a 1 yellow. Any 15s? Gotta find a good way to do this for both of us. 15, yes, there's a 15. Any solitary 2s? Any 13s? Any 6s? Yes, that was our 6. 14. That's a 14 or a 7? I guess that's a 14. Any 4s? Any 1s? We already got those. 15. We already got those. 7s. I think that's a 7. If we ever see a contradiction in coloring, then we know something's that I'm on the wrong trail here. Okay. 5s, 12s, 9. I feel like we already did. 8. There's a 5. I guess we already saw a 5 somewhere. 3 we already did. Okay, so I think those are the yellows. That doesn't help. Okay, then we've got reds. This is not really fun, to be honest. This just feels like some annoying work. 16s, 18s, 25, 26, there's our 26, 22, 27. I don't know, maybe it's better. Is it easier to go through this other way differently? Is it easier to go through the colors? $17. 18. Feels like maybe it would be easier to go the other direction. 18, 25. 16 looks like there. 19. 19, 17. 29 here. 19. 21. Don't see. 26. 22. 18. 16. Let's try going the other way. 27. 27 is a red that we missed originally. Okay, let's color that. 50. 50 is a blue. 72 is an O, which is black. 21 is red. 64. Just me staring down at the sheet for a half hour. Okay, 40 is N, which is green. 45 is N, which is green. 32 is N, which is green. 57 57. I don't even see a 57, so I'll just skip it for now. 46. 46 is a G, which is blue. Assuming that is a 6. Okay, 75 is an O, which is black. This is not fun. This can't be right. Maybe it's not. Maybe we're supposed to do it the other way. I guess we could continue with colors, but maybe we just put the letters in these places. All right. I guess we should continue filling them in. Then maybe we can do letters. But no, then that would only be 5 letters for the whole thing. Who are we trying to eliminate here? Brandy, Harold, and Gwen. So it's either going to be Clint, Newsom, or Esther Willow. One of these is going to be eliminated from this. All right, I'm going to keep doing this because I don't know what else to do for now. And I feel like maybe this will help me visualize. $62. $62 is O, which is black. 71 is O, which is black. 53 is G, which is blue. The blue looks a lot like black. That's not great. 61. 61 is O, which is black. 63 is O, which is black. Assuming that's right. I mean, what if these are different colors? Then it's all to hell. 69 is O, which is black. 74 is O, which is black. 59 is G, which is blue. 31 is N, which is green. 37 N, which is green. The fact that the colors are next to each other is somewhat reassuring. 42, which is N, which is green. 70, which is O, which is black. If that really is a 7. 51, which is G, which is blue. But these colors don't print on this paper so well, so that's an added complication. 56 is G, which is blue. Look at this. Okay. 51 G, which is blue. This doesn't really make any. Looks like a 41. What color is that? 41 is N, which is green. So, like, all the greens are connected. That gives you like that. This ink doesn't really want to go on this. How is this helpful at all? It doesn't feel like it is. That's yellow. This doesn't make any sense. That's a lot of work for nothing. Wow. It's good if we had played this Deadbolt first, I'm not sure I would ever play another one. This is not really fun. But on the other hand, I'm fasting today. Maybe I'm just burned out. It's hot in here. 7 hours we've played so far. Okay, well, let's think. That's a half hour of time thrown down the toilet. What else would it be? Shuffle, shuffle. Triangles elucidate. Um, hmm. Well, if we filled in the letters, then they're going to spell out something here. That's what it is. All of the numbers we find here, we're going to cross off here. And then this will draw a 5-letter word, which is probably Clint, since he's the only person with a 5-letter word. So my guess is we're going to see Clint here, but let's see. So first the 14s get crossed off. There's a 14. And if I'm right, C-L-I-N-T is what we're going to see here. All right, any other 14s? Okay, how about 1? There's our 1. There's our 1. C-L-I, that's going to be an I like that. Okay, 26. There's a 26. Well, that doesn't seem to match my theory, but 26, 26, 26. Be easy to miss something here. Okay, 27. $50. And maybe these letters shuffle around is what that key was about. 50. Okay, 12. This, we're still thinking that's a 7, although boy, I guess that's as good as a 7 as there is here. So 72. Okay, 21. $64. This doesn't feel like it's spelling anything to me, but it's got to, right? It's got to. I mean, it just feels like it's the right way to go. Some of these are kind of hard to read. That's a 5. Okay, that's our 5. So we are 40. $45. 75. Two. 9. I saw 3. Did we not do a 3? 61. 53. 56. I'm just doing the ones that don't make my eyes hurt. 56. 29. I mean, my gut tells me this has to be right. I just don't quite see what's coming out of this yet. Just troubling. 59. 31. 41. 69. Feels like we did 69 already, which is very unpleasant thought to me. 19. Like, why would there be duplicates? Feels like maybe there's something about this that's not right. But I guess I have to keep doing it. This is the part I don't like about this game. All the brute force work before you know it's wrong. Guess that's a 7. 42. 37. 16? The cat is freaking out. Can you hear that cat outside? Rob says, wow, is this still streaming? Must be a hard case, lots of ciphers. Jenny, does it matter that not all the shapes are triangles? Oh, I think you're right. I think you're right. But there are only a few of them that aren't triangles, but you got a good point there. All right, well, we'll try to erase the non-triangles after I do it. That's a very good point, though. Let's try just doing triangles now. 70. I think you've got a very good point. I wish you had made your point a little while before, but I think you've got a very good point. 3, I'm going to leave out the non-triangles for now. There's another 3. There's another 3. So I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. What number is that? Is that a 6? I guess that's a 6. There's a 6. Okay, there's our 6. All right, so now I've overdone. Well, that's a triangle too. 63, that looks like. Okay, 63. 63. 63. I'm sure there's numbers I missed too. Okay, so if I've done everything and overcolored things, let's find the ones I overcolored that I shouldn't, like this. 17, but then what if there was a 17 triangle somewhere? Or 19, that is. Okay, but then I don't know where the 19s are. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, so that's another 20 minutes wasted. Okay, let's try doing all the triangles now. That's very observant, Jenny, that it did say very specifically the triangles elucidate. And I was doing everything. Well, at least it's less to do. Okay, let's try again. 50s. Okay, next up, 27, if that is indeed a 7. And God knows what numbers I might be missing. Okay, is that done? 72 now. Okay, let's do 32. Okay, how about 12? It's not so fun that it's hard to see the writing on this printed paper either. Okay, 75, if that is indeed a 7. But there is no 75. Okay, well, that troubles me. Is that not a 75? That's not a 75, it's a 15. Or is it a 16? Oh, God, what about this? Was this the 75? Yes. Okay. And I didn't see any 75. Oh, yes, there's one. Okay, well, hopefully we'll get enough to make sense of this without losing our minds. 16, 16. 16. Feels like I'm losing my mind slowly. It really does feel like I might not survive this. 9, 9. Are we going to carve out the letters? Is that what's happening here? Okay, 63. Okay, 59. $37. I mean, this has to be it. There's no doubt in my mind, even though I don't see any what patterns are emerging. Maybe you guys can. 6. But it's just so clear that we should only be looking at triangles. What's that, 70? What's that, a 3 and a 5? 3 and a 5. Okay, 3, 3, and 5, 5. All right, it's starting to look like maybe it's something. Though not super. 3 and a 5. What else have we done? 64. $41 we didn't do yet. Here's another triangle, 56. Oh boy. Wow, this is unpleasant. All right, catching up with the chat. Oh, there's 42. Okay, there's one I missed. 42. There's another 42. There's a 42. What was the other one you said? I arrived in the 42 and 56. Did I already do 56? Looks like I already caught the 56. Certainly possible I missed one or two letters when searching for it, but I don't. Well, the free spaces maybe we mark. I almost feel like these connect, like this connects with this. I wonder if you don't have to shuffle the, sorry. I wonder if you don't have to cut these out and shuffle them. You know, it almost seems like this is a thing, and then this continues on. Shuffle, shuffle, triangles elucidate. All right, this has got to be the right idea. Of course, I could have missed a couple. And then I wonder if you don't cut these out and shuffle them. I'm going to cut these out to do it. But, wow, I really, well, I don't know what to, I don't want to say too much about how I'm feeling about this. It's hard to tell how much is genuine deserved frustration or how much is just being a little bit on tilt. What's the trying to think what's the story motivation for this insane thing? There is none, right? Like who's leaving us this clue and why is it so convoluted is my question. Was it 8 something we did already? Let me see. And God knows some of these letters are hard to read and confusing. I don't see it. I mean, what do you want from me, guys? How much work do you expect me to do to find this stuff, to experiment? Am I going to do 20 of these little possible things with different combinations to see if I can see what you're trying to tell me? Do I have to invest in darker markers in order to see what the pattern is? What's the amount of work I should expect to do to experiment with all the different possible ideas? How many times do I have to double check this to look for some missing numbers? Is it really that fragile? Like how many? So look, there looks like this looks like an E. This looks like it would have to be two letters like matching up. And we should remember that there's probably some... What the hell is this supposed to be? Did I miss any of these? Do we have a 19 that I didn't do? I don't see it. Let's look for mistakes. Okay, so there was a 12, so that was done. What about an 8? Was there an 8? Nine. I don't see any 8s. E. Well, we do have an Esther that we're looking for, but I don't see... What is this nonsense? Free square should probably be filled in, yes. Okay, so I've done that. It could just be initials or EW. Let's look for mistakes that might explain some of this. What about 19? Was there a 19? Like, this is a very weird pattern here. Okay, there's a 75, so this should actually be in. This looks like this is probably going to be a W. That would have to be an 8 or an 18 then for this to be a W. We have an 8 or an 18. What is this nonsense? Do we know the solution is where? Well, I appreciate that Rob is in here to help. Okay, let me see what we've got here. The free, okay, do we know the solution is word name? Everything we've been doing so far at this stage has been about eliminating suspects. So not only do we think this is going to be a name, but there's only two candidates. Esther Willow and Clint Newsome. So it wouldn't be crazy if it was EW. Or spelled her full name, or Clint Newsome. I thought it was going to be CLINT. But it could be Esther. It's probably telling us one of their names. But, right, because we've got Gwyneth, we've got Harold and Brandy all eliminated, all already with alibis, and we're told we should have 4 of the 5 should get their alibis. Where's our 5th? Gwyneth, Harold, Clint, Esther, and then we had Brandy, but Brandy has an alibi already too. But I seem to have lost Brandy's card, which is not gonna make me upset. It's just one more little frustration. All right, well, I don't see Brandy's card, but Brandy got eliminated here. Brandy, Gwen, and Harold got eliminated. Clint and Esther have not been eliminated, so it would make sense that we just need one more to proceed. I agree. This has got to be the right way to go. What have we missed? There's high likelihood that I've missed filling in a few. I just don't know why we need it, why we can't make it out with the numbers we have already. Unless, of course, all these things that I've been reading as 70s are not 70s, but they have to be. 70, 72. It's less likely that I filled in a wrong one than it is that I missed some, but it's certainly anything is possible. These are filled in. The thing is that this is too far away. Sorry. This one's too far away to be a letter, to be fixed to be a letter. So it has to be that it rotates somehow, or like, how on earth does this fit in? Like that? That? What is this nonsense? Is this an E? Cut off the red header. We don't need that. Okay, let's do that. I like that idea. You know, there's certain things that I'm good and have good patience for, and there's certain things I don't. And occasionally we get to one of these moments where it's really exactly the thing I don't want to spend my time doing. So let's see. Is it possible that I got some 16 wrong? Is this not a 16, but I thought it was? What is that? That looks like a 16 to me. We're just looking at it because it would make more sense if this was a W. But for this to be a W, we would need to have an 8. I don't see any 8s. I see plenty of 6s. What about 26? Oh boy. It's just... looks like 16 to me. Yeah. This is a weird pattern. This is a weird pattern. Those look like things. These look like something gone terribly wrong. These 3 here. Shuffle, shuffle. Yeah, okay, well, could they be horizontal? Let's think. If we've got 5, that doesn't form a grid. That's another troubling thing. And it doesn't form a grid. And that suggests to me that it has to be horizontal or vertical. Just makes no sense. I mean, a W, I like the idea of it being a W, like Esther Williams or Esther Willow. But 18 is above the 16, so it would make it more like a W. That would fix some of the weirder shapes. Not sure I'm entirely following. On the other hand, I feel like I'm losing it here. If 18 should be filled in instead of 16. You're saying if this is not a 16 but is an 8. That's an interesting thing. That's an interesting idea. So I like your thinking. So instead of 18, instead of 16, it's 18 here. Then this would be an N maybe. But then, and then this was an 18. But you know, this is so dangerous an approach because now we're starting to experiment. But yes, if it's 18 instead of 16, then we need to get rid of all the 16s and look for more 18s. This would be an 18 here instead of a 16. Okay, I'm liking this. This is good thinking. Can we do the same thing with an 8? Is there a 6 that we made that was probably an 8? What about this one? Is it possible that's an 8? That sure looks like a 6 to me. But if we had an 8, this would become a... And then we would lose this 6. That makes sense to me. Then this becomes a very clear W. So I think this might be supposed to be an 8. If we turn that 6 into an 8, then we get a full W. This is gone now because that 16 became 18. Now we get a full actual W. And then this becomes closed off. So does this. This disappears. What number is that in there? I don't know. I wonder, and this disappears. That now this becomes a T. Okay. Sorry. Very good work, Rob. Okay, so now what have we got? We've got an N and a T. N, T, E, W. I apologize for it not showing. Now we've got an EW and an NT. And an NO, not EW, not EW. Okay, I see you're saying Jesse check camera. So the 6 in the font is completely different, is what someone is saying. I should have noticed that the 6 was completely different. The 6 is quite different. All right, well, that was a good observation, Nicola. It would have been nice to hear a little earlier. But we've got it solved. It's not EW, which is what we expected, that it was going to be one of these people that would get eliminated. That was really quite painful. And the fact that some of those numbers were so hard to read. But this was real teamwork. Ginny had the brilliant observation that I was coloring everything, not just the triangles. And then Rob had some clutch observations there about possible errors. I just assumed that there would be a couple errors, but it would still be clear enough to us. So the E and the W, I think we all sort of had a hint of. This one here being an O really threw me because I expected it to be a bigger O. That was a little tricky that it was like this, and the two mistakes made it confusing. And then the mistakes really threw us off with the T, making it look like something else. All right, so Esther, who I thought was going to be a psychotic serial killer, is exonerated. That means we're ready to solve this guy's, what he wanted from us, our 4 eliminated suspects. We'll take an 8-minute break. We've been online for 7 hours, 40 minutes. I'm hoping we can get this done and then I can light it on fire in my spare time, but we have to take an 8-minute break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So there you go. It's a 6:45 a.m. You can see the sun has come up. We're still playing 7 hours and 50 minutes in, but we've made some progress. We've eliminated Esther as our fourth suspect that we had to eliminate, which surprises me. She sure sounded like she was going to be one of those angels of death killing people for mercy. So Esther Willow is our fourth person eliminated. All right, so we can talk about our thoughts about all these puzzles when we're done. But here are the ones we've eliminated now. These 4, and that means Clint, our ungrateful janitor, is our murderer. And in fact, we don't know how to get into his closet where we're going to find evidence, I guess. We'll do that in a second. All right, now, as for our 4 eliminated suspects, our grandfather, Edgar Murkowski, says, give the initials of the suspects in alphabetical order based on their first names. So we've got first names, B-E-G-H. So alphabetized by their first names, B-E-G-H. And now we give their initials. All right, so let's do it. Let's scan him in, give him what he wants, and then we're ready to crack this case open. We still have another envelope to open, which troubles me. I mean, it should trouble all of us because it suggests that this game is not over yet. But let's see if we can stick with it. Okay, initials. Alphabetical order initials. Okay, so B, sorry, you need to see this. B, L, E, W, G, R, H, S. And if this doesn't work, we'll try something else. Okay, here we go. Well, Edgar says, I managed to get myself into Heidi's room. Good job keeping everyone busy while I did that. Surprisingly, it's not easy picking these nursing home locks, but I still got the magic touch. I managed to find this key card. I think Heidi must have swiped it while she was doing her own investigation. I'm sure this will help us in our efforts. Okay, so there's this key card he's found. I see. Now we've got the symbols for the janitor's closet mixed in there. So let me take a photo of this. Where's the best? Okay, I took a screenshot if we need to work on it. Okay, so this is Heidi's. He found a key card, maybe the janitor's key card. Okay. I also found some notes Heidi had been compiling. She was investigating the death of her daughter, Alice. Heidi believes Alice was murdered even though it was reported she died in a car accident. That's why Heidi checked herself into Abernathy, so she could investigate up close. Gotta give it to Heidi, that woman had style. I like that. Anyway, she says in her notes that Alice was murdered and that the murderer has some connection to Abernathy or someone in Abernathy. Did you eliminate your suspects? All but one. Good. Now let's figure out where we need to go next. I think this key card will give us access if we can figure out the code. So that's interesting. Heidi was tracking the murderer of her daughter. That's why she checked herself in. It makes sense. And it sounds like she thinks it was Clint. Now, from this, we're going to figure out what those symbols represent as digits. They don't match up to the keyboard. We tried that already. So let's think. How would we figure those numbers out? Well, let's think about the ways that you might figure out what those symbols, what digits those symbols represent. What are the two main ways you could figure it out? One way would be if there's a pattern in this sequence. 3418, if there's a pattern that brings that to 1146, then you'd know the pattern to the next number, which would tell you what the number should be. Just on first glance, that doesn't look super likely, especially since the numbers are so large. It's hard to do the kind of mathematics in your head. The other way would be as if each of those numbers represented something. Or indeed, if each of those numbers, each of those digits formed a sequence, that would be a third way. But to continue with what I was thinking, if 3418 referred to something, then, and 1146 referred to something, such as room numbers, license plates, then you might say, what number do we know about that ends in 08 and starts with the 3? Nothing is jumping out at me, though. Let's see. So if we figure out those numbers, then we know the 4 symbol values, and then we can open up the janitor's closet. They're all 4 digits. They're not in different positions. They're either the second position or the third position. Three plus 4 plus 1 does give you 8. 1 plus 1 plus 4 gives you 6. There you go. Add the first 3 digits, you get the last digit. So 3 plus 5 plus 0 gives you 8. 2 plus 1 plus 6 gives you 9. 2 plus 0 gives you 2. 3 plus 2 plus 2 gives you 7. Let's try it. First 3 digits add up to the fourth one. That pattern holds in the first 2 numbers. So if you do it for the next patterns, you get the number is a 5. You get the @ sign is a 6. You get the asterisk is a 0. And you get the % sign is a 2. Okay, what do you guys think about that as a theory? It feels right to me. It's enough of a constraint that we can solve it for the last 4 numbers. They're reasonable values. That would seem unlikely to happen by chance. You'd be more likely to get an overflow. Okay, I think that's it. I hope there's someone in the audience to appreciate that I figure that out. Let's try it. So we're going to go to his key code now. All right. So we're going to take what he's written down here as his reminder of his password. So if that's right, we've got 0, 2, 6, 5. 0, 2, 6, 5. Let's try it. Download the file again, yes. Let's open up his closet. All right, here we go. 0265. Let's see. What do you think? If you're playing at home, is this going to open it or not? Yes, it did. Upon gaining access to the janitor closet, you begin to sift through the small space to find any evidence of Clint's involvement in the events at Abernathy. Though the space is small, somehow Clint managed to fit a desk in the cramped room. You rifle through one of the drawers and find a small military medal that has had a hole drilled through it to turn it into a necklace. You find a very small ship in a bottle. You also find a chunk of quilt fabric. Sounds like he's been stealing from everyone. He's been collecting things from the victims, Edgar says. That at least ties him to them. Now we just need to find evidence that he had something directly to do with what happened to them. You look around the desk, hoping to find more evidence of Clint's involvement in all this. You find a small trash can that you set on the surface of the desk. Seems empty at first glance, as if it has been taken out recently, but you find a small scrap of paper at the bottom. It's from Rose. Remember to find the Mad Hatter. He knows where the insurance I have on Rose is. Her office came up empty. Need that info before everything goes south. From Rose, taking out the trash. Heidi's been taken care of, but did you take care of the other two? I can't afford to have any more people snooping around Abernathy. I've paid you well, and I expect results for the payment. Aha, Rose is involved in this criminal activity. From Clint, taking out the trash. Okay, so Rose and Clint are working together. So the admin of this place is involved as we thought. Rose is involved in this somehow, you say. Edgar nods. I think her office should be our next stop. You and Edgar head to Rose's office. The door is unlocked, making it easy to slip inside. There doesn't seem to be much. A bookshelf full of old novels and a desk with a computer. You try to unlock the computer, but without more information, you're unable to figure out her password at this time. Let's head to the Mad Hatter's room, Edgar says. I have a feeling he may know much more than we thought he did. You both leave Rose's office. Okay, so why is he talking, and we're supposed to open envelope too. So why is he talking about the Mad Hatter? Because of this. From Rose, who says he knows where the insurance I have on Rose is. Her office came up empty. I need that information before everything goes south. So it sounds like maybe this is Clint making a note to himself that what? That he's going to kill Rose? Or something. All right, well, let's open envelope 2. It sounds like our game is not over yet. All right, so we're opening our final envelope. If this takes us as long as the last one, we're in trouble. But maybe we'll get lucky and there won't be quite so much in here. Okay, read me first. Whoa, there's a bunch more in here. Yikes. Okay. You and Edgar reach Sigmund's room only to find him absent. The room seems to be nothing more than an unhealthy collection of hats. Hats on the shelves, hats on the dresser, hats on the floor. Check this out, Edgar says as he draws your attention to the full-length mirror against the wall. A white powder has collected on the floor underneath the mirror. Drywall dust, this must mean. Edgar pulls on the frame of the mirror and it swings open to reveal a small room behind the wall, lit in purple and blue light. What's this doing here, you ask? Edgar smirks. Only one way for a detective to find out, right? He steps through the proverbial looking glass with you close on his heels. Clever little tie-in to Alice in Wonderland. The room is narrow, but built with enough space for a small wooden table and shelf, both of which are covered in teacups. Walls are decorated in splashes of paint and strange designs. Alice in Wonderland themes fill the room. Whoever built this place was eccentric to the point they wanted to create a psychedelic wonderland. Edgar points to the wooden table, which has place settings for 2 people. A small name card at one of the settings says Alice, while the other says Hatter. He was friends with her, Edgar says, with Alice. On the plate by Alice's place card is a photo and a small journal. You pick up the journal and flip through it, noticing that most of it describes Alice's life while she ran Abernathy all the way up until her last entry. Is Alice the daughter of Heidi who got killed? Alice died at such a young age. Okay, so Alice was the person, she actually ran Abernathy. Okay, that's interesting. Edgar reaches toward the Hatter's place setting and picks up a small note that had been left on the plate. That's in some kind of code. I wonder if he left these here for us. You scan the room again, taking in the bizarreness of the small area. Somewhere in this room is what you need to move forward in your investigation. You just have to cut through the chaos to find the answers you seek. This sounds like it's cut through the chaos is a little code word that we're going to cut something. Okay, there's a little photo of the table, I guess. And this is Alice's diary. Okay, remember, if you forgot, that Alice is the daughter of Heidi, the woman that got killed first. And it turns out she's come here trying to understand, checked herself in to this retirement home to try to find her killer. February 20th, 2020, so a couple weeks ago. Dear Diary, I think I've finally come to the bottom of the rabbit hole. I confirmed who has been siphoning money from some of our charities right under my nose. Rose. I'm going to fire her. She's tried for years to convince me to make Abernathy more profitable in various ways by using our residents as poster children for her causes. I've declined her wishes every time, and now it seems she's been going behind my back, stealing money from the charities we run and fattening her own wallet in the process. She'd rather grow her bank account than Abernathy's actual mission. These residents are not to be used as pawns in her game of chess. I have a meeting set with her tomorrow morning in my office. I'll give her an ultimatum. She either leaves Abernathy quietly or I'll report her to the police. Okay. Abernathy 2019 charitable income. Okay, so we don't know how to use this yet, but it looks like they're making a bunch of money from charities. And then we've got a code here. 26, 23, 113. Looks like the asterisks are probably word breaks. Each number looks like a letter, probably. That looks like the lengths of words. Got a long word here. I wonder if that's A, B, E, R, N, A, T, H. A, B, E, R, N, A, T, H, Y. I guess it's not Abernathy. If that's 5's in A, there would have to be another one. I was just looking for, whenever I see the long words in these codes, it makes me think that it's a word from our case somewhere. But you know how you attack these things. You would look for maybe single letter words or 2-letter words. We've only got one 2-letter word that I see here. So this might be to, and, of, etc. Mostly longer words, if this is indeed each number is a letter. Okay, here's the computer password. Password protected computer we couldn't get into. Let's see what it says on the note. Who rules Abernathy and the cost of the trip? This looks like password would be Who rules Abernathy? That could either be Alice or Rose. And then cost of a trip. Do we have a trip in our list here she could be talking about? I don't see any trip listed here. This is income anyway, not cost. Okay. I wonder if we've got her statement here. Biggest charity fundraiser was Wonderland Charity. Okay. Well, we'll have to put that aside. There's Alice. My Alice Halloween Party 2019. So it looks like maybe this is from Heidi. All right, what else we have? Set of teacups. Different styles. AELNOQSTUV. Huh. QRSTUVW. So we're missing some letters. Q missing the R, STU missing the V. A missing B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, and then missing an M. So they're all sequential. They're just missing letters in between. That's odd. Nothing much there. Okay. What does this say? Difference, the in is this proving to key the... Okay, well, clearly this is in reverse. Alice discovered Rose had used the money from the 3 biggest charities to pay for her trip to Barbados. The key to proving this is in the difference. In the difference. I see. Look what it's saying. Rose used the money from the 3 biggest charities to pay for her trip. So I believe what it's saying is that here is their total income. You could look at the 3 biggest charities. And then either that total is going to come out to not 144, or it's this. The biggest charity fundraiser was the Wonderland charity. 39,000, and look what you've got here. Wonderland charity 45,000. So it actually brought in 45,000, but it maybe got reported as 39,000. So I wonder if that's all we need to know, that her trip to Barbados cost 6,000, the difference between them. So if that's right, that theory is right, then we don't need to add up the rest of this, that this will actually total 144,700, because it's the difference between this and this that we should care about. So I believe that probably the answer is 6,000, but it could be that we need to look at the 3 biggest charities, which is this 23,000, 45,000, 13,000. For that, we need more information, if so, though. Okay. What have we got here? So we might be able to get into the computer right away. What do we need to enter a password? Who runs Abernathy and the cost of the trip. So we might know that already. It might be Rose 6000. Or maybe we need more information. Okay, let's see what this is. Beware the Jabberwocky, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Why is a raven like a something something? I shall elucidate. Thanks. Okay, here's the other numbers. Okay. Travel to Barbados. Okay, Thanksgiving charity collected 17,000. Bingo for charity collected 9,800. So let us see here for a second. Thanksgiving charity drive actually brought in 23,000, reported as 17,000. So what we've got is another 5,000 stolen from that. So this is the Thanksgiving one. This was Wonderland. So we need one more. What about this? Bingo. Was Bingo our second highest? 15,000. Yep, there we go. 3 highest charities. Okay, so Bingo brought in 15,000, but it was reported as 9,800. So that's 5,200 extra or difference. Okay, so from these 3 top fundraisers, she siphoned off 16,200. That is an expensive trip. At least that's how I read this. All right, so I think we're done with that. So we just have one more. It says tea time. Above the world you fly, like a tea tray in the sky. What is this first word? Up and above. Up and above the world you fly, like a teacup in the sky. Okay, and then we've got 5 teacups, 5 teacups, 5 teacups, 5 teacups. This seems like it would go with this one that we don't understand. Are these pattern matched? Yes, they are. So do you think these spell 4 words? Let's see. If this is an S, S-A-N, S-A-N-Q-S. Let's see if we can't decode this. This looks like our S. S-A-N Q S. Okay. Then 2, 3, it's all 5 and 5. Okay, well the next one is E L. I guess that's another E. U T. I see, it's going to spell a word across. Okay, next one is Q S T A A. And here we have U O E L O. Sequel. So sequel, so net equal. Net equals TA. Did I do anything wrong? Sequels 1 could be sequel or sequels. Sequels so or sequels 1 equals sequels, so net equals TAO. TAO. Or sequel, sorry, or the alternative might be sequels 1. No, that can't be right. Sequels so net equals. Sequels so net equals. S equals O, net equals TAO. So Rob thinks it's S equals O equals 1. T equals TAO. What does that mean? S equals 1. T equals... Did I done something wrong with this last thing? T A O. Should be 2. This one is not an A, it's a W. Okay, boy, it looks like an A, but it's not. It's a W. Good catch. Okay, S equals 1, T equals 2. All right, so these combined and gave us that, but do we know anything that wants that yet? Is that telling us a little bit of help for decoding this? Is that what that is? I'm guessing yes. I'm guessing S is 1, T is 2. So I think it's probably just a shift, a Caesar cipher, where S has been shifted down to a 1 and T is down to a 2. So whatever that is, whatever subtraction that gives us. I suppose we could do that now. Let's see. All right. Let's get out our little worksheet here. So I'm guessing it's just a Caesar cipher where it's told us a couple letters, which is all we should need to know. S went to 1. So 19 went to A. So we subtracted 18. So if we do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. In fact, I could have done it easier on my other sheet. Or even better, if we had a that's not the right way to do it. S goes to 1, T goes to 2. Let's do it this way. Okay, so it's just a Caesar cipher, then 9 is recycling here, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 26. Okay, so everything just shifted down by 18. All right, so let's see what we got here now. Okay, so we're looking at these numbers here. So we have R, O, S, E, rows, H, A, has, G, O, N, E. Rose has gone, M, A, D. Rose has gone mad. Let's shift over here. Rose has gone mad. Who's writing this letter? I'm not forgotten. Okay, Rose has gone mad. S, H, E, she, S, E, E, she sees, H, E, her, SELF, herself. She sees herself as TH, as the R is going to be Red Queen, as the Red Queen. She sees herself as the Red Queen. Next line. W, O, N, D, E, R, L, A, N, D. Wonderland. W, I. Wonderland will. F, A, L. Wonderland will fall. U, N, D, E, R. Wonderland will fall under T, H, under the R, E, under the Red Queen. are U L Red Queen's rule. Rose has gone mad. She sees herself as the Red Queen. Wonderland will fall under the Red Queen's rule. This might be the Mad Hatter writing this. I don't know who he's talking to. Maybe Alice. Rose has gone mad. Okay. So we've deciphered this message. But look what it has given us, though. It's given us the answer here, I think. Who rules Abernathy? I think the answer is the Red Queen. Right? It's the Red Queen rules Abernathy. So now we have a better answer for this than guessing at Rose. Or so we think it's going to be Red Queen and then 1620. The total money embezzled. So I think that's our password, although you could do it slightly differently. Let's try it though. And if it doesn't like it, we'll figure out how many variations are worth trying. All right. Oops. There's our... Okay, so if we get this, that's it, game over. What is Rose's password? No caps, no spaces. So I think it's RED Queen 1620. No. All right, so now we got to think a little more carefully, I guess. Who rules Abernathy? All right, that's obviously the Red Queen. But it's not 100% clear to me how it wants me. First of all, it's not 1620, it's 16200. And furthermore, Rob says, I think the sum is incorrect. Check the Thanksgiving difference. Okay. I typed it in wrong, so there's that too, but let's see. Okay, let's check our differences. 6,000 Wonderland was 45,000 minus 39,000 in the brochure. That gives us 6,000, so that's correct. Thanksgiving brought in, Thanksgiving brought in 23,000, but it was reported as I believe that says 17,000, not 17,666. So 17,000. How much did it bring in, really? 23,000. That's 6,000. Okay, so I did record that wrong. Thank you for catching that. Okay, and then bingo, did we get that one right? 9,800 reported as 15,000. So that's, sounds like 5,200. Yes, okay, so that one's right. So it should be 17,200 total embezzled. That's what I have now, 17,200. Does everyone agree with that? Thank you. I'll clear my light. Okay, so I think that's right. Red Queen 17,200. 12,017,200. I think that's right. Let's try that password. So we've got Red Queen 17,200. Here we go. Cross your fingers. Yep, that's it. Thank you for the correction. You and Edgar head back to Rose's office and are able to use the information you gathered from Hatter's hideout to unlock her computer. In doing so, you find an email open on her screen from Clint taking out the trash. 2 problems in the freezer should be taken care of today. First check cleared, but I want double for this issue and a guarantee that there will be no more work like this for me in the future. I can't keep doing this unless I get a bigger cut. You aren't the only one who wants to travel. With the records you found indicating Rose was embezzling money from Abernathy and the copy of Alice's diary, you very well might prove Rose was complicit, if not completely responsible, for the death of Alice Walker. Okay, that's a little spelling error. Complicit isn't a word, as far as I know. You could be complicit in a crime, or complacent. This should be complicit, unless I'm missing something. Anyway, even though you're elated to find your culprits, you realize the email alludes to 2 problems in the freezer. You and Edgar rush out of Rose's office, hoping you're not too late to rescue Roger and Joffrey. You may now open the solution. So they've been missing for a day. You think they're still alive? All right, so now we get to open the solution envelope, which is unusual. I don't remember the other deadbolts working like this. I thought most of them ended by telling you online the solution. Let's see what this one looks like. So here's the solution envelope. I think I prefer to have the solution in a written form. Okay, here we go. So here's our little epilogue. You have successfully completed Down the Rabbit Hole. You and Edgar make it to the kitchen, ignoring the do not enter signs and warning tape for renovations, where you find the walk-in freezer. As you put your ear to the freezer door, you hear a very faint tapping sound. You open the door to find Roger and Joffrey inside the freezer. They seem fatigued and cold, but otherwise they're alive. Roger tells you how he managed to cover the air vent that lets in the cold air so the 2 of them could survive. They also explain how Clint was the one who locked them in the freezer when the 2 of them were investigating the facility the other night after Heidi went missing. That thug knew he couldn't take the 2 of us in a fair fight, Roger explains, so he snuck up on us when we were checking out the walk-in, ambushed us like what happened in the jungles in the war. Good thing you found our clues, Edgar, Joffrey says. I was hoping somebody would. We were following Heidi's trail after she went missing. We knew she was on to something, but we wound up almost meeting the same fate. They trapped her in here until she froze to death, and then they hoped we would come to the same fate. Make it look like we stumbled in here and got ourselves into this mess. He slaps Edgar on the back, and a warm smile comes over Edgar's face. I guess you're one of us now, huh? You're relieved you found Joffrey and Roger when you did. If Rose and Clint had had their way, the 2 seniors would have died in the freezer like Heidi did. Death by hypothermia would have made it difficult to pinpoint the difference between foul play and natural causes, even if an autopsy had been performed. You contact the police, and Rose and Clint are placed under arrest for murder and embezzlement. You hand over the financial records that the Hatter had kept along with Alice's journal. You also submit the emails from the computer as evidence of Rose and Clint's involvement with Heidi's death. She died by my hand, Rose says, cackling as the police try to escort her out of the facility. They reported that Alice died in a car accident, but that was me. I hired someone to do a hit on her, and I took my crown as head of Abernathy. Heidi was the only one who didn't buy that it was an accident, but I took care of her too. Had Clint lock her in the freezer so she could die a slow and painful death. Tried to claw her way out like an animal. That was the broken nails we found. The police escort Rose from Abernathy. Ada Moore, Heidi's niece, is called down to Abernathy where she collects the remainder of Heidi's things. You fill her in on your findings, and she thanks you and Edgar for bringing justice to her aunt's untimely death, and for solving the mystery her aunt had tried so desperately to solve herself. It appears caring for the elderly runs in the family. As Ada mentions, she used to run a senior home herself many years ago, but left to care for her own family. The Abernathy Retirement Community Board of Directors agrees to allow Ada to run Abernathy in the interim until a proper replacement is found. After the police leave, the Hatter appears before you, a smile on his face. "Where were you?" you ask. He nods. "I've got to keep an eye on Wonderland and my hats. Just wanted to thank you, too. You've avenged my Alice and Heidi. I wanted to partner with Heidi, but I wasn't sure at the time if she was friend or foe. I was paranoid, I guess, but they can both rest now. I can rest now, too." With that, he embraces Edgar in a hug, then turns to you. "You helped the White Rabbit catch that evil queen. Good work." He hugs you, and with the sentiment you realize why Rebecca, Heidi, and even Alice had developed such a warm heart for some of the residents of Abernathy. And with that, the Hatter disappears into the hallway. "Well, kid, let me buy you lunch," Edgar says as he escorts you to the cafeteria. "I'm sure we have a catered meal or two around here we can eat." He stops you at one of the empty tables and smiles warmly. I know you didn't really take this seriously at first. Not really, but I'm glad you stuck it out. Humored me a bit, but most importantly, listen to your instinct. That's what being a detective is all about." You nod, content that the Abernathy mystery has been solved. You realize your grandfather was right about everything. He may seem a little kooky, but he's a true detective through and through. This only makes you wonder if the stories he had been telling you all these years were in fact true. It's unfortunate what happened to Heidi, but justice came for her daughter, and 2 other potential victims' lives were saved. Edgar takes a deep breath and says, "Well, case closed." All right. 8 hours and 40 minutes we've been playing. All right, so what we're going to do is, I'm ready to wrap this up, but we have to do what we have to do. We're going to take a short 3-minute break, come back, I'll give my final thoughts, try to have some coherent final thoughts. If there's anyone left in the channel, think about what your thoughts were on the game. I'll see you in 3 minutes. Okay, time for a little bit of wrap up. I have real mixed thoughts here. But most of them, in reality, this game, there were some puzzles that took a long chunk of frustrating time. Two puzzles in particular. One, a book cipher that was clear it was a book cipher, but we just could not figure out how to work with one component of it. And mostly overthinking it. And then another puzzle that required a bunch of work combining several different things, where we had to write on a piece of papers and then cut it up and try to make sense of the symbols. Both cases, both of those puzzles had a couple of shared elements. And one of the shared elements was the finickiness of it, the fragility of it, where it was very prone to errors. Counting 19 characters in, working with 3 different numbers, could have been lots of different combinations. And with the bingo, it wasn't, there was lots of lots of use in this game of misleading you to thinking you had to use information that you didn't. Whether it was the position of the numbers in the book or the colors of the bingo thing on the bingo sheet, which is all fair play. But when you put that all in together, it felt like there were a bunch of situations with those 2 puzzles where it was hard for us not to need to feel like we needed to experiment with different possible ways it could be encoded. And each of those experiments took a long time and was prone to errors. And the bingo one, for example, you had to mark it up and destroy it. It was very hard to keep track of what you were doing, very hard to find all the numbers. So 2 very frustrating puzzles, which added a couple hours to our playthrough. And oddly, that was combined with a couple puzzles that were like so trivial that it was confusing. Like I put this on where you sleep, and the answer was pillow. Where you lay your head, under that, and the answer was pillow. So a little weird there. And in general, Deadbolt Mystery Society tends to, my experience has been that they've shied away from those puzzles that require lots of finicky, error-prone work. And the fact that we got 2 of them here was confusing, frustrating. On the other hand, both of those puzzles got solved by the group. The channel was key in solving both of those. And by the group, by an individual in the group making a clever observation. In one case, Ginny observed that I was coloring in everything, not just the triangles. And then later on, I believe Rob realized that one of the numbers was misdone. But that's another example of, it wasn't just that we had to figure out what to do and color in the stuff. It was that the numbers were very hard to read what they said. And then you had to cut out stuff like when you throw 3 different things that can all have are prone to errors, you're asking for trouble. And it's hard to know why. Like, why make that font so hard to read? Why make the numbers so small? I guess that's just, one group might like that it's difficult because it's difficult. All the dials are turned up. It's difficult to read the font, like it's difficult to read the handwriting, and it's difficult to solve. For me, I preferred not having so many dials. Did the bingo not require cutting? Like, did it read in order? I can't remember now. Where's my list? Let's see. Was it in order? So it was not EW was what it was. So N. Oh, you're right. It didn't require cutting. You're right. It didn't require cutting. Okay, fair enough. Well, shuffle, that's... Whether it required cutting or not, all of the clues, it was just another case of it suggesting that it needed something. Just like the clues seemed to really suggest that the location of their rooms was going to be relevant. Lots of things to throw us in the wrong direction. But maybe, in fairness, this is rated as a 7.5, quite high on their scales. That's right up there at the top end of their scale. And remember, the way these games work is after people play them, they submit their ratings. So that means that lots of groups found this at the highest end of the difficulty. All right, so I've complained about the 2 puzzles, although those are caveated complaints. Occasionally we play a game and I see this is completely unfair puzzle. That was not the case here. Those puzzles were fair. They were just hard, and hard in some ways that I think of as unpleasant. Busy work and things like hard to read the font. Now, with that out of the way, there were some very nice elements here, some of which we've come to expect from Deadbolt Mystery Society that I really like about this formula. It really feels like they figured out a formula. And one of the aspects of this formula is that there are these puzzles where you're not sure what order you can do them in, and you can't just do them in any order because you need pieces of the solutions of one to solve the others. I really like that. I really like that game of figuring out what you have to attack in order to get more information to attack the next thing. The other thing in their formula of this Deadbolt Mystery Society that works so well is the people, the psychology of the personalities. Like there's the kid and her granddaughter. Look at all the things that we got to talk to people and hear their voices of their personality. There were 5 of our suspects that we talked to and got their explanation for their life. Some of it is just flavor, some of it has clues hidden. And then here are all our residents that talked to us about their lives and what they were doing. Some of them had puzzles, some of them didn't. And to me, that's a formula that really works that we don't see in all these puzzle games. Some of these puzzle games are much drier, much more pure puzzly. These Deadbolt games have much more of a real story, personality, psychology. It's fun to interact with these people who have different personalities. Might not be quite at the level of a cold case game, but it's enough to give you that satisfaction. It's almost enough to make me feel like I prefer these on the easy side. And maybe I shouldn't even say almost. I do think it's true. With the detective cold case games, I want them to be really hard. I feel like for these Deadbolt games, I sort of prefer them when we don't spend 2 hours on a puzzle trying to figure out how to read a font. I think I prefer the actual puzzles to be a little on the easier side for this game, just so that we can enjoy the psychology and the narrative elements. And look at all the, I mean, not only did we get to hear from all of them, they all got their faces we could see. We talked to them. They've all got weird characters. Like it was pretty cool. She had a weird personality. I mean, pretty cool. And then the framing of the story is helping our grandfather, who we weren't sure whether we could believe was really a good detective. I mean, that's really well done here. And it really makes a difference. I don't want to play a pure puzzle game. I want some story and narrative. And in fact, some of the puzzles to solve had much more of a cold case feel, right? Some of them are these puzzles like this. This is not understanding psychology and deduction. It's pure puzzle, abstract puzzle. But then some of them felt more like little psychology cold case games where we're told like she identifies certain of her grandchildren with certain people, and that's how we found, okay, there's one black male, so he's this person, one redheaded male, that's this person. The woman was identified as a short nurse, so we looked up her height. There's only 2 nurses, one's tall, one's short. That's sort of fun stuff, fun work. And then, in general, the other thing to say is the quality of the pieces here were very high. This nicely drawn map, the receipt, the doctor's prescription that looks like a prescription, the detailed list of employees. Then we had this brochure that looked quite convincingly like a brochure for a health center. I mean, that's pretty impressive to get that in these small, fairly cheap boxes. So I continue to be impressed by this company and the quality of the components and where they spend their money. And then the last piece I'll say, before I ask for any other comments from the audience, the last piece that worked really well here that we've seen in some of the Deadbolt boxes but not in others was the staging. The staging, we have this bulk of evidence that we use to get to past the first stage. And that seemed to last us a long time before we opened up the envelope with more evidence. So each was part in stages. We broke into one office. We got a whole bunch of different evidence for stage 2. Stage 1 was sort of identifying some suspects. Then stage 2, we took our list of 5 suspects that we had built in stage 1 and whittled that down to 1. And then stage 3 had this little twist where it turns out there was someone else behind all this and we had to prove it. That staging is a very satisfactory way to play these cases. It's enjoyable. It creates like you're watching a TV show where there are twists in Act 1 and Act 2. And that really works. And then, the general minimal use of the internet, just for solving puzzles. And when you solve a puzzle, you get a little burst of extra information from the internet, from the PDF, and then you go back to playing with physical components. So 9 hours, it may have seemed like I spent a good chunk of that frustrated. Maybe that's a little bit just because I'm overheated in here and hungry and everything. But I think in fairness, it's another pretty good game. As far as puzzle games go, these are pretty high quality that you can pick a random box and get a quality like this. Okay, let's hear from the channel. Any thoughts? If you're watching this after the fact, please do leave some comments down below. If you've somehow made it through 9 hours, if you've watched this after you've played, you could see how this would be the case that if you played it at home, you'd like to hear how other people did, where they got stuck, how they did. So you could imagine if you played this yourself, you might come to the stream and be like, let me just fast forward to see if they got stuck as badly as I did here, or I feel clever, I solved it. Let me see if I did better than they did. Nicola, Jenny, Rob, any thoughts? Rob says, I was only here for the very end, so I have no opinion of the game rate. I was only checking in to see why it was taking so long. The biggest oddity for me here was the mixture of frustratingly hard puzzles versus super easy puzzles. But maybe, you have a good day. Some things we figured out quickly, some things we really stumbled with, and maybe that's just the way it goes. We've learned again that if you stick with it, you can solve it in the end. You don't need to read the hints. Nicholas says, I agree with your thoughts, long and well staged. I think maybe if you try to think about what lessons could we learn from where we got stuck, maybe both of the puzzles we got stuck on, I shot myself in the foot in terms of rushing into them. Like Ginny pointed out here that we should have, Ginny noticed this says triangles elucidate, and they're not all triangles. There were a couple cases, and then I spent a half an hour coloring these things. There were a couple places where maybe if we had paused and stopped and thought about it more, we would have saved ourselves from experimenting so much and noticed things before jumping in. And maybe it's a bigger lesson. Like I tend to jump right in, have a hunch and jump right in. Sometimes that works. Sometimes you end up wasting real time. And maybe both puzzles would have benefited from a more deliberative pre-attack discussion and planning stage. Any other thoughts? 9 hours, yeah. I can see It's not very warm outside, but the room is already 81 degrees. I'm going to have to figure out how to get the air conditioner running in here and not messing with the sound. Any other thoughts? Part of the requirement for this channel, for joining me for this channel, you gotta help me, that's obvious. But the other thing is you're obligated to give some thoughts. Just treat it as a learning experience. But if you've played it the whole time, or if you're hiding in the background, you don't need to hide. It doesn't matter if you're talking or not. This is your chance to give your thoughts. You could even give it a rating. You could give it a 1 to 10 rating of all mystery games. You could give it a rating relative to other Deadbolt mystery games. You could just give a couple words about whether you think we made it harder than it should have been. Shouldn't have been so hard. Whatever you want. I'm going to stay here until someone gives an additional opinion who hasn't spoken yet. So your reticence is prolonging the experience. Let's do what we're supposed to do here. Let's have the chat auto display when someone types, so that we'll see the comments on screen as they come up. Probably, I wonder if it would have been better to split it into two streams. It was just a weird plan to play one today. I wasn't sure we were going to get to play one on Tuesday, so I did want to finish it. Rob says everyone's asleep. Only the Europeans are left. It's true. The Europeans you guys have daylight hours, huh? Or now it must be close to night time for you. Whereas here the morning's just getting started. This one took a little bit out of me. $7.9. 7.5 was the difficulty rating. Lots of components. Nicholas says it's 3 p.m. here. All right. It looks like no one's offering any more opinions. We're just chatting about the time. All right. Let's stop here then. I'm very thankful for the people in the channel who helped me for this one. Otherwise, it would not have gotten done in one night. So thank you for the help. Okay, we're not going to... You could rewind to get your answer to those things. Let me turn off my thing. Okay, so thank you for joining me. Leave comments below if you watch this after the fact. According to YouTube, there are 9 concurrent viewers. Maybe 2 of them are me. I'll see you on Wednesday. We'll play something, probably not a Deadbolt Mystery Society box. I think maybe once per week would be maximum for these. All right, I'll see you on the next stream. Good night.